had the conference of the Baltic Sea in Ekaterinski Palace, and this year we'd like to continue this tradition and be inspired by Sibelius' music, Flying Swan. Online, Christian Jarvis online and his orchestra are online now. Please enjoy. The 21st International Forum, the Baltic Sea Day, is now open. After the opening of our forum, I'd like to give the floor to Serebrysk Ivan Alexandrovich, Deputy Chairman of the Committee for Nature Management, Environment Protection and Environment Safety of the Government of St. Petersburg, with his welcome address on behalf of the city government. Thank you. On behalf of the Nature Management, Environment Protection, Environmental Safety Committee of the Government of St. Petersburg, I'd like to welcome the participants, organizers, and guests at the 21st International Environmental Forum, the Baltic Sea Day. Traditionally, the forum brings together scientists, government, public organizations, everyone responsible for future generations, the preservation of unique ecosystem of the Baltic Sea. In our city, great attention is paid to environment protection cooperation with Helsinki Commission In implementation of the Baltic Sea Action Plan, our experience exceeds the practical sphere, the instruments we can use to effectively reduce anthropogenic load on the environment. At that, the public governance system is implementing new approaches to international programs, federal programs, and strategies. I'm sure the forum will promote international cooperation in the sphere of environment protection, ecological problems of the Baltic Sea. I wish fruitful discussion to the forum participants. Chairman of the committee, Mr. Belaev. Thank you. And by way of continuing the greeting, I invite the Ministry of Natural Resources of Russian Federation, head of the Russian delegation of HELCOM, Natalia Borisovna Tretyakova. Dear colleagues, I'll continue this tradition of speaking to the microphone, facing the audience with my welcome address. And I would like to read on behalf of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Ecology of Russian Federation, greet all the participants at the 21st Environmental Forum. Certainly this forum is held in a strange situation, but we are very happy that people were able to get together in the format which was available, and that's an important forum that should continue. We should continue. We cannot live without it for 2 years. So it's good that the event is taking place, and of course the Ministry of Natural Resources and Ecology of the Russian Federation pays great attention to this. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, yes, let me greet participants of the on behalf of Ministry of Foreign Resources and Ecology of the Russian Federation. For 20 years, coast of the Neva River blends together representative of ministries, federal and regional, executive authorities, scientific and educational institutions, business, and the public from different states of the Baltic Sea region and beyond, forming a vast network of cooperation for implementation of common approaches towards the common goal, good environmental condition of the Baltic Sea. Each year, the world public is giving more and more importance to environment protection. I'm pleased to admit that international interest in the Baltic region as one of the most advanced and dynamically developing regions of Russia, and activity of the Commission, or HELCOM Commission, is constantly growing. Even in these hard times, we see interest towards the forum under the auspices of HELCOM and supported by the Ministry of Nature of Russia and the government of St. Petersburg. A slogan, Assessment of HELCOM Action Plan 2007-2021, Achievements and Challenges, signals a new stage of work on renewing the HELCOM Action Plan of the Baltic Sea of 2007 and adoption of the reviewed version. Very soon, a HELCOM session in October 2021, which signals the decision of the Baltic states, including Russia, to stay responsible for the destiny of the Baltic Sea and coastal territories, because environmental safety can only be ensured through joint effort. The International Environmental Forum, the Baltic Sea Day, over the years of its existence, became exactly the platform where executive authorities, scientific community, the form of an open dialogue, can share achieved results and advance experience in addressing the relevant environmental issues. I'm sure that the forum, the Baltic Sea Day, will promote a common view on further development of the region and mutually beneficial cooperation to achieve the common goals. I wish fruitful work to the participants and organizers of the forum. Head of the International Cooperation Department and Climate Change of Ministry of Natural Resources and Ecology of Russian Federation, Ivan Alexandrovich Kush. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, the Ministry. Online, the welcoming address from the Ministry of Economic Development of the Russian Federation will be given by the Deputy of the Ministry of the Integration Projects, Anna Popova.
Здравствуйте, Иван Александрович. Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here, to welcome dear colleagues, dear participants of the International Forum, the Baltic Sea Day. First of all, I'd like to welcome everybody, all the participants, all the organizers, on behalf of the Ministry of Economic Development of the Russian Federation. On the venue of the forum, for more than 21 years, we have been holding the roundtable seminars, exhibitions, with participations of a great number of experts from the Baltic Sea. Today, we will discuss a number of projects, PCR platform, main capacity of MSP that is being implemented within the framework of the Baltic Region Sea Days. It's very important that Russian partners are participating here. I'd like to point out that the priority number 2, the natural resources, the Interact program of the region of the Baltic Sea. Russian partners, they work in 21 projects in areas of clean water, renewable energy project, energy efficiency, sustainable development of the sea, and marine economy projects. Ecological agenda recently has become in the front line, not only in Russia, but in other countries as well. As preparing new programs of the trans-border cooperation of Russia and US for 2021-2027, much attention has been paid to ecological problems. In conclusion of my welcoming address, I'd like to say that the International Ecological Forum will demonstrate a high level of interaction of all the parties and participants. All the events are aimed at the achieving of effective results. I wish to all the participants success working in the forum. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anna. With the welcoming address, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, traditionally our old friend, old support of our forum, the Director of the Department of the International Cooperation, Igor Kopytin. Distinguished participants of the 21st International Ecological Forum, dear friends of the Baltic Sea, I'm very happy to address you. Unfortunately, this time in remote mode. I'd like to congratulate you on the Baltic Sea Day. The Baltic Sea region, with a rich and difficult past, has very good prospects in the development now and in the future. We are confident that the Russian Federation should strive to encourage cooperation in this region. We have the different projects for cooperation in our region, in the development of the marine activities. ES countries, they are working with this strategy, their domestic strategy, international strategy. We have enhanced opportunities, and we call this the dialogue of different parties. First and foremost, we have the Sustainable Development Goals. Their goal number 14 is the preservation of marine ecosystem for the Baltic Sea region is very important to ensure this project. We know that great attention is paid in Europe and throughout the world is paid to the development of marine economy or blue economy. Now is considered by many countries as a key point of a post-crisis revival of the regions. It's a prospective format of industrial activities related to the oceans, to the seas and coastal lines, and has a great potential to ensure sustainable employment and economic growth. Great attention is paid to the international cooperation within this area, encouragement of new innovations, investments opportunities. The Baltic region, with a great and rich experience of international cooperation, has a great number of formats of cooperation at different levels and can be an example for other marine basins. In the framework of the main intergovernment organization, the Councils of the Baltic Sea, the strategy has been discussed up to the 2030. Conditionally, it's called Vilnius #2, after they adopted in Vilnius in 2010 the document that is called the Outlook at the region in 2020. The strategy will give the collective vision of main multi-level cooperations for the following 10 years. Expansion, practical cooperation, strengthening the contacts between people. Great attention will be paid to the environment protection of the Baltic Sea region, the use of the ecological technologies. The goal of this work is to transfer the Baltic Sea region in an innovative and competitive, prospering region. We can't but mention the opportunity that has been given for the regional cooperation and solution of ecological problems. It's a joint policy between Russia, EU, Norway, and Ireland. First of all, I'd like to point out, well known for you, Nature Preservation Partnership of the Northern Dimension. It's a very important tool that contributed greatly to the improvement of the situation in the Baltic region. The partnership has a great advantage, a great opportunity to enhance cooperation within the framework of increasing financial flows in Russia. In 2021 up to 2027, the program of transborder cooperation that is being implemented from the city of Kaliningrad up to the city of Murmansk. The priority of this program is a green and low-carbon Europe. We share the importance of this priority project. This priority project is very relevant for multifaceted program of the development of the Baltic Sea region. It's a good tradition that in your forum, the meeting of Russian subcommittee of this program is being held that will discuss the priority areas of cooperation for the Russian region. Within the framework of this cooperation, of this forum, we will be a seminar developed to the spatial planning. It's cooperation between Russia and the Baltic Sea partnership within the Baltic Sea region. I wish all the success to all the conference participants. You are the representatives of the community, of the scientific research institutes. You will contribute greatly to the improvement of the conditions of the ecological conditions in the region. As the Russian Federation will contribute greatly to create favorable conditions for your activity, to implement the goals that are set to improve the conditions in the Baltic Sea region.
Thank you, Igor Nikolaevich. Welcome address from the Water Resource Management of Sweden, Mr. Jacob Grunner. Jacob, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jacob Granit, and I'm the Director General of the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management. And my team and I, we are very happy to be part of the official opening of the 21st International Environmental Forum, Baltic Sea, JAIL, Sustainable Development for the Baltic Sea. The Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management is the responsible government agency tasked to protect, restore, and ensure sustainable use of freshwater resources and seas including fisheries management. We are grateful to the Russian Federation for organizing this year's forum in a hybrid format, allowing for online participation as well as in-person during the ongoing pandemic. We're fully aware that this is a challenge, but the efforts made by Russia in this regard is noted and welcomed by all participants to the forum, enhancing cooperation in the Baltic Sea region. We all certainly missed the opportunity to meet in person in St. Petersburg last year, 2020. That meeting was cancelled as the pandemic struck. Today, we are all learning and adapting to meeting online until we have the opportunities to meet in person again. HECOM's vision for the future is as relevant today as it was 4 decades ago. This year's forum has set itself an important task of evaluating the implementation of the current Baltic Sea Action Plan. The regional plan was adopted in 2007 and has contributed to investments by all Baltic Sea states to significantly reduce the inputs of nutrients and hazardous substances to the Baltic Sea, improving the protection of biodiversity and supporting cleaner and safer shipping practices. The next generation of the Baltic Sea Action Plan will continue tackling key challenges of reducing pressures stemming from land, including, as we know, eutrophication and litter issues and activities at sea, while enhancing the biodiversity in line with Agenda 2030. In Sweden, as an example, we are embarking on a 20-year program to provide modern environmental permits to all our hydropower plants, balancing environmental goals and energy goals. This process will restore connectivity between marine, coastal and freshwater ecosystems, supporting, for example, improved living conditions for Baltic salmon. The marine spatial plans that all Baltic Sea littoral states are developing will be a great tool for building a blue economy based on functioning ecosystems, applying ecosystem management practices. My agency is proud to working together with all HELCOM contracting parties in developing the marine spatial planning framework. We are also pleased to work in a collaborative spirit to undertake cumulative impact assessments from various uses of the Baltic Sea. We will hear more during the forum on the tool Symphony that can be used for this purpose. Finally, I'm glad that we are working together with Russian stakeholders and other partners in applying the source-to-sea concept, thus identifying key investments to bring back the connectivity between the freshwater systems and the marine environment. Thank you again for organization of this forum, and we look forward to participate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Granit. And the final welcoming words within the Baltic Sea Days on behalf of the honored guest from Mr. Hanne Packer.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's great that the Baltic Sea Day can be arranged this year. We are here sitting remotely, but it's so good to see you all and listen the latest news that is going on protecting the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea Day in St. Petersburg has been already a tradition over 20 years. HELCOM cooperation is even older than Baltic Sea Day. The structures of cooperation were agreed as early as the 1970s, when the world was really waking up to environmental problems. Work has been carried out with determination to improve the sick Baltic Sea. But as we all know, unfortunately, the disease in the Baltic Sea has proved to be long-lasting. The actions taken are carried out, although with a delay. The first Baltic Sea Action Programme was, as it has been already mentioned, it was adopted in 2007. The goal was to have a good ecological status in the sea by 2021. Today, 2021, we know that there is still a lot to do to reach the target. The worst situation is probably in the main basin of the Baltic Sea, and climate change contributes to worsening nutrient loads in the Baltic Sea as water rains on bare ground in autumn and winter. The Baltic Sea Action Programme is currently being updated to allow ministers from the Baltic Sea countries to adopt it as at the meeting in the autumn of this year. And I'm sure that these new challenges has taken seriously when this updating has been done. However, it's always good to remember that everything for the clean Baltic Sea doesn't happen in international or state level. There are many activities around the sea pushing forward the concept cleaning the sea. For example, many cities in the Baltic Sea have taken climate challenges seriously, both to the Baltic Sea and to urban development. For decades, NGOs have also been working resolutely for a clean Baltic Sea. And I would like to mention also tripartite cooperation Finland, Estonia and Russia related Gulf of Finland. It has been very successful between ministries, researchers and NGOs. Cooperation is important for continuously improving the state of the Gulf of Finland. Related our national actions in Finland, our government finances an extensive program to strengthen water protection. The program finances, among other things, the distribution of gypsum to fields in order to improve the state of the archipelago sea. Research shows that gypsum binds solid and phosphorus in the fields and prevent them flowing into water bodies. Gypsum plastering is free of charges for farmers, so state gives all financing, and this project will continue also coming summer. So we are waiting to see that something good will happen in Archipelago Sea after these activities. And one information also to you from Finland. The Finnish government has prepared a sustainable growth program to revitalize the economy after the coronavirus pandemic. The main focus is on actions that support Finland's goal of being carbon neutral by 2035. We see that it is possible to reform the economy to be climate resilient and also nature resilient, while after the coronavirus, the economy will in any case have to be revitalized. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the speed of climate change is too fast. What is needed now is action on how to make our economy sustainable. Increasing renewable energy, circular economy, waste recovery, wood construction, reducing plastic rubbish and halting loss of biodiversity are key elements. And we must begin to do things in a new way. And finally, I would also like to point that there has been close cooperation between Finland and Russia in the waste sector over the past couple of years, in which the Finnish side has offered expertise in the waste sector in Russia. We are very well aware that there is a huge amount of work to be done in waste management in Russia. The Baltic Sea is also affected by waste problems as polluting landfills are just off the beach. But I hope that cooperation in the field of waste will lead to practical measures. And of course, we know these possibilities, which, for example, environmental Northern Partnership could perhaps give. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of us happy seminar, living discussions, and good day. Thank you very much.
of Natural Resources and Ecology of Russian Federation have something special for you. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо.
We'll speak Russian to make sure all the participants can understand. Dear Ms. Pokka, we kept, hope you can see, we kept this thank you letter signed by the minister since last year when we expected to meet you in person, but unfortunately, because of the pandemic interfered and we were not able to meet in person. But fortunately, the forum is taking place this year, so we will pass this thank you letter on to you, signed by the Minister of the Natural Resources and Ecology of the Russian Federation, who thanks you for your contribution to preservation of the biodiversity and ecology of the Baltic Sea and the Arctic region, protection of the Arctic Council, and successful development of bilateral ecological cooperation between Russia and Finland. The Minister wishes you good health, success, and new initiatives. So we will find a way to pass this letter on to you. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia Borisovna. Now let us proceed. Let us proceed to our business part of our forum. Forum is a platform for monitor implementation of responsibilities of the HELCOM Commission, the opportunity to discuss the HELCOM agenda, and I would like to give the floor to Professional Secretary of HELCOM, Ms. Janika Haldin, who will talk about the third holistic assessment of the state of the Baltic Sea, HOLAS 3.
Thank you very much. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I have the pleasure to present to you the third holistic assessment of the Baltic Sea, which will take place in 2022 to 2023. The assessment is a flagship product of HELCOM's work and the importance of which has been repeatedly emphasized by the Helsinki Commission. And I will provide you with some background as well as some brief introduction to how the assessment functions. And I will first make sure that everyone can see. So why do we need to know the state of the sea? We shouldn't do assessments or put all the resources into work unless it serves our purposes. At the core of it, it is a chain of events. We take an action, the people living around the Baltic Sea. Our action has a consequence by causing a change in the environment. That change in turn affects a species that is dependent on the environment. And that effect then in turn affects other species that are dependent on that species and the environment as a whole. And this all circles back to us in the end, because we in turn are dependent on the environment itself. So it's action, a consequence, and an effect. But we don't just take one action at a time. The area around the Baltic Sea has a lot of human activities going on. And all of these human activities, they come together to cause pressures on the environment. And these pressures, they become convoluted in the sense that it's difficult to distinguish one pressure from another pressure and to trace them back to identify what human activities are actually causing them. But the end result is that they all cause this change in state. So they all have an effect on the environment, which in turn affects other parts or components of the environment. So the pyramid builds on the human activities, they merge into these pressures that affect the sea, and this changes the state. And this is at the heart of what HELCOM does. Manage the human activities, to limit the pressures and thus secure a good state. But it isn't entirely as straightforward as that, because behind the activities, you have drivers. There is a reason for what we do. For example, if there would be a change in population, there would be, there's likely to be a consequent change in agricultural practices, which in turn increases the amount of input of nutrients to the sea, because with more agriculture, there is usually at least a tendency to use more fertilizer, which in turn causes a pressure through inputs. These inputs, they cause eutrophication, so this concentration of nutrients in the sea, which in turn affects the state of the biotic components, or the animals and plants that live in the sea. This in turn has an impact. It can be an impact on the environment, or it can be an impact directly on society. This has consequences for the ecosystem services, for example, that the sea provides for us. The possibility to utilize it for fishing, or the effects of blue-green algae blooms. And then we have to take measures as a response to these impacts. And these measures can target either the activities, the pressures, or the state. And the measures, that is what HELCOM really works on, trying to identify where should we target these measures to make them most effective and ensure that we get the most value out of the work that is being done and the resources that we put towards it. Now, this might seem like a fairly straightforward concept, and at its core, it is. But in reality, it looks more like this. So we have a number of human activities, and they result in a number of pressures. But the relationship between these two, it's difficult to untangle and come to a conclusion of what human activity should we manage, for example, in order to limit the pressure. And this is why we have to assess the state of the sea. So what is the state of the Baltic Sea assessment? In order to untangle this web of activities and pressures and changes in state, we need to first collect a large amount of data. This data feeds into indicators. So these are topics or species or pressures that we have identified as being representative of the state of the sea. And so a change in these indicators indicate a change in state, something that we need to take into account when we make decisions or policies or put measures in place, so that we ensure that the efforts that we put towards this are actually targeting the right part of the chain. These indicators are then put together into thematic assessments, where we combine several indicators to look at the whole unit. This could be, for example, the 3 seal species that we have in the Baltic that are merged together to look at them as marine mammals. It could be the nutrient inputs that we have of both phosphorus and nitrogen that come together to show us the results for eutrophication. And these are then in turn all put together into a summary report that is the report on the state of the Baltic Sea environment. So this is how we go about it. And we have done 2 of these assessments so far, HOLAS 1 and HOLAS 2. And I will now present a little bit of the results from HOLAS 2 to give an indication of what kind of information we can expect to get from a holistic assessment. What you see in this slide here is an overview of the indicators that we assessed for the second holistic assessment that took place in 2018. You can see the results for each topic and for each area of the Baltic. Red indicates poor status, green indicates that the threshold value has been reached, and so status could be considered to be good. White indicates that there is no assessment for this at the moment. And as you can see, unfortunately, red does prevail in these pictures, but we do have some some green as well, and some indications that we are moving in a better direction. I will now use eutrophication as an example to show what we then do with these indicators. So as I mentioned, we have data, then we have indicators, then we have thematic assessments, and then the State of the Baltic Sea report. So I will use the indicators that we have used for eutrophication to show what the integrated assessment or the thematic assessment actually shows us. When we combine all of these indicators, they provide an integrated assessment about a particular topic or theme, in this case, eutrophication, which can be both shown as the status in a graph, which is what you can see on the bottom of the slide. This indicates not just is status good or bad, it also indicates the distance to target. So how far are we from reaching good status? It also presents these results in a map format so that we can identify in which areas do we see a higher challenge or lower challenge, where should we target our measures on a spatial scale. And this is what we would show for a large number of different topics. As you can see here, the thematic assessment for eutrophication is in the middle of the slide, but similar assessments are done for all of the topics that are presented in the column on the right-hand side, which means that this really is a holistic assessment. It takes the approach to assess everything from plankton all the way up to economic and social analyses that define how we function as a society around the Baltic Sea. But so how can these results then be used? So the results that come out of the thematic assessments and the indicators and the holistic assessment itself, it provides decision makers and authorities with information on the status of the environment in the waters that are relevant for them. It provides information on the spatial variation of status. We can see where we have improvements or where we can see that more measures need to be put in place. It also shows us trends in development over time, because there are topics that we assess where maybe the measures are already sufficient, but the environment simply needs to have time to recover. And we can see this recovery taking place when we look at the trends across time. It shows us the distribution of the various pressures that are affecting the environment, but also of the human activities that underpin them, and links these two together. So it gives us a concrete way to disentangle the web and find out what activities are causing the pressures. So where should we target our management? And it helps us to follow up on the effect of our measures. There is no way to say if a measure is sufficient or not if we don't also have a possibility to see a positive change in the environment. But that is what it shows us about the current situation. On the other hand, we can use it to guide future decision making, and it is often used for this purpose. When we know where we have areas in poor state, we understand where to put measures in place. When we understand what is causing the poor state, we understand what those measures should be, what the urgency of it is, and it helps us to target the resources that we have to where they would do the most good. And where should we target our measures, and what activities do we need to manage? So when we have a clear link from the change in state all the way back to what activities has caused this, it tells us what activities we need to consider in greater detail when we try to manage our activities for the sake of improving the state of the Baltic Sea. And these are all ways that the assessment can be used to support decision making. So the next assessment, or the third holistic assessment, will run in 2022 and 2023, with data submission starting in late 2021, so late this year. A data call will be submitted for all these various data strands to all the countries around the Baltic Sea still this year, so that countries can prepare the data sets and deliver them to HELCOM so that they can be used for the purpose of assessing the state. And then beyond 2023, the third holistic assessment will then inform decision making across the Baltic for at least the coming 6-year period, until we then hope to have the next holistic assessment or our next possibility to follow up on the change in the state of the Baltic Sea. Thank you very much for your attention.
On the 15th of November 2017, the action plan HELCOM was adopted on the Baltic Sea with all parties involved within the Helsinki Convention. The main goal was to implement ecosystem approach as to the management of the quality of the marine waters, to solve the problem of eutrophication, to reduce to improve their diversity. And on March 2018 in Brussels, the decision was made to initiate the procedure of reconsidering of the governing document of HELCOM on the action plan on the Baltic Sea. Updated plan should be adopted in October 2021 in the Helsinki Commission meeting. As to at what stage the updating is taking place will be given by Rudigen Strampel, the Executive Secretary of HELCOM.
Yes, good morning and thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, I will give you a presentation on the Baltic Sea Action Plan, but since this is my first participation in a Baltic Sea Day event, please kindly allow me to make some general statements as well. I'll be very brief. I would, however, like to share with you how pleased I am to be part of this year's Baltic Sea Day Forum, which is the first, as I said, that I had the pleasure to take part in, because last year I actually had the ticket to St. Petersburg in my pocket and was about to set out on the rather short trip from Helsinki to St. Petersburg, and then I was stopped by COVID-19. So needless to say, I would have much preferred to be able to be with you in St. Petersburg today and talk to you and interchange with you in person. But I'm also pleased that we can do this virtually today. And I look forward to having a real live St. Petersburg event next year. Meanwhile, I'm very pleased to see that this hybrid event, which I'd like to thank the Russian Federation for organizing, is actually attracting a large number of participants. I know that we have 700 participants from all walks of life participating in this event, and that's an impressive number, which I believe testifies to the strong dedication and commitment to protecting the Baltic Sea in Russia and across the entire Baltic Sea region. Now, there's a long tradition of HELCOM involvement in the Baltic Sea Day Forum, and this forum for over 20 years has served as a key platform for dialogue on matters related to the Baltic Sea's very fragile environment. This is also the largest annual HELCOM-related event, actually. And as such, the Baltic Sea Day has always been in sync with the HELCOM agenda, and this year's edition is no exception, as the main topic is the update of the Baltic Sea Action Plan, the Baltic Sea Action Plan being HELCOM's strategic program of measures and actions. And as you'll be aware, the new version of this plan is due to be adopted in October of this year at the upcoming ministerial meeting. Now, the update of the Baltic Sea Action Plan has always been an inclusive, stakeholder-driven process, with the majority of HELCOM groups and bodies involved in developing the new plan. And what's more, stakeholders were also closely involved since the outset, for instance, by being invited to submit their proposals for new actions. Nonetheless, I'm very gratified to find the update of the BSAP featured prominently on the agenda of today's and tomorrow's Baltic Sea Day. And I will now share my screen with you, hopefully. I'm very sorry. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we do.
It will be better to see all the details of your presentation.
Thank you very much. So I will now give you a brief overview of the Baltic Sea Action Plan as requested. Now, I do not need to explain to you very much about the Baltic Sea because we have an expert forum here, the Baltic Sea being a unique but fragile ecosystem with a huge catchment area, which is 4 times the size of the sea itself and a population of 85 million. It's a very busy waterway with up to, with up to 2,000 larger vessels sailing in the Baltic Sea at any given time. At least this was the case in pre-COVID times. It may be somewhat lower now, but this is the general situation. So you know that there's a multitude of pressures affecting the Baltic. And already in 1974, the Baltic Sea countries, such as they then were, decided to establish cooperation to protect the Baltic Sea. This is a picture from the signing ceremony in 1974. So for nearly 50 years, we've been cooperating to protect the Baltic Sea. We have established these structures, which you're also all familiar with and which I will not go into any detail here concerning the work of the Helsinki Commission based on the Helsinki Convention. And we currently have 10 contracting parties, all Baltic Sea states and the EU. Well, the Baltic Sea, have we achieved progress in these 50 years? Well, the answer is yes, but the Baltic Sea clearly is still not in a good state, regrettably. And we have a number of factors that we have to bear in mind in this regard. Good environmental status and the environmental goals set by HELCOM should have been reached by 2021 in accordance with the current Baltic Sea Action Plan. Unfortunately, we are now, as Hanna Lepakka also mentioned, in 2021, and we have not achieved good environmental status yet. And if we look at the pressures that are affecting the Baltic Sea, eutrophication is, of course, still the major pressure, despite considerable improvements. There's 97% of the Baltic Sea affected by eutrophication, 97%. So quasi the totality of the Baltic Sea is affected by eutrophication. We have large areas that are hypoxic or anoxic, so have too little oxygen or virtually or no oxygen. There are, of course, losses incurred by this. They have been calculated at being 3.8 to 4.4 billion euros annually due to eutrophication alone, for instance, in the tourism sector. We, in addition to the challenges we've been facing and the pressures we've been dealing with for many years, we have emerging and previously unaddressed challenges such as marine litter, plastic pollution, and ghost nets are involved here. We have the so-called forever chemicals, the persistent organic pollutants, POPs. We also have an issue with pharmaceuticals, underwater noise, seabed disturbance, climate change. And if you recall Jannika's presentation of a few minutes ago, we're looking at the overall ecosystem and we're looking at biodiversity. And we have to say that unfortunately, the Baltic Sea's biodiversity is not in good condition. And this includes marine habitats, marine mammals, such as the harbor porpoise and the ringed seal, and fish, which are all in some ways affected. What are the reasons for this delay? Well, you have 4 on the right-hand side of the slide here. There's the ecosystem lag. There is the emergence of new challenges, which are compounding or at least contributing to the other challenges. We realize that some measures have not yet been implemented, and some measures that we decided to implement might not be sufficient. So we have the Baltic Sea Action Plan. What is the Baltic Sea Action Plan? I've mentioned this earlier. It is HELCOM's program of actions for a healthier Baltic Sea. And it was adopted in the year 2007, indeed with a view to improving the situation of the Baltic Sea Action Plan. Regrettably, the target date was 2021, and we will not achieve good environmental status by 2021. But in any case, let me briefly tell you what the Baltic Sea Action Plan was about or is about. So we're talking about science-based actions we're basing ourselves on a long-term vision and actions which are underpinned by solid science. So these are not random decisions. They are science-based decisions, which overall is a hallmark, of course, of HELCOM work. All of this is based on regional and cross-sectoral acceptance. The BSAP is widely accepted across the Baltic Sea region, and only if it is widely accepted across the Baltic Sea region, of course, can it be functional and can it achieve its goals. We have achieved, due to the Baltic Sea Action Plan, a reduction in nutrients and hazardous substances. This is in part at least related directly to Baltic Sea Action Plan actions. We have some improvements linked to the Baltic Sea Action Plan, as for instance in the case of seals, and we've also achieved progress with regard to cleaner and safer shipping. We have fewer maritime accidents and spills, and we have cleaner shipping practices. Nonetheless, and I keep having to repeat this, and this is going to be the topic of today's discussions as well, the Baltic Sea Action Plan adopted in 2007 has not yet achieved its goals, and therefore it needs to be updated. Now, this update is based on a strong political mandate because the 2018 HELCOM ministerial meeting, which took place in Brussels, Belgium, decided to update the plan, saying the positive impacts the BSAP has had on preventing further deterioration, such as drastically reducing the number and volume of illegal oil spills, expected further reductions of pollution from shipping, in particular air pollution, substantially decreasing the input and deposition of cadmium, mercury, and lead, and the improvement of several seal populations are acknowledged, but we need to move on. We need to update this. We need to carry on what has been done so far. And therefore, the ministers decided to update the BSAP by 2021 at the latest, with the aim of setting out a robust action plan for continuous achievement of the agreed HELCOM vision of a healthy Baltic Sea environment. And they also decided that the Baltic Sea Action Plan will, in addition to existing commitments to be fulfilled by 2021, address new issues on the basis of the commitments made in the ministerial declaration. So that is the political mandate for the Baltic Sea Action Plan. So what will the updated Baltic Sea Action Plan actually look like? Well, first of all, it will be an evolution, not a revolution, which means it's based on the current plan and will maintain the same level of ambition. This, of course, is very important. Existing commitments will be upheld and new commitments may be made. It will also be based on the ecosystem approach, which of course is a very important facet of HELCOM work generally. And economic and social benefits of a healthy sea will be duly considered. Managing human activities is an important facet of this. So it will include actions necessary for managing human activities to meet the HELCOM goals. And it will be an adaptive document. It will adapt the plan to the current HELCOM topics and to new and emerging issues such as marine litter, underwater noise, seabed loss, biodiversity conservation, climate change, and so on and so forth. And finally, and very, very importantly, it will be aligned with global targets and commitments, such as the SDGs, which have been mentioned several times today, the Aichi targets, or rather what will follow the Aichi targets in that context, the EU MSFD, and other commitments and international instruments that are of relevance. So how will the updated BSAP be structured? Earlier today, you saw my colleague Jannika giving you a slide with a pyramid in it. And in a way, you will find that this is related to this because the Baltic Sea Action Plan is based on the following thinking. If you look at the top of this slide, you will see a circle which contains the vision for the Baltic Sea of the HELCOM countries, namely a healthy Baltic Sea environment with diverse biological components functioning in balance, resulting in a good ecological status and supporting a wide range of sustainable economic and social activities. To fulfill this vision, we have set ourselves goals. And these goals you will see below. So you have one in blue, which contains a duck and a fish, and that is the Baltic Sea ecosystem, which needs to be healthy and resilient. And we have further goals underneath, which are triangular in shape in this graphic, which are a Baltic Sea unaffected by hazardous substances and litter, environmentally sustainable sea-based activities, and a Baltic Sea unaffected by eutrophication. And below that, you will see horizontal actions which are cross-cutting, such as climate change, monitoring, maritime spatial planning, economic and social analysis, financing, hotspots, knowledge exchange, and awareness raising. And if you look at this graphic from bottom to top, so you will see that the elements basically are interlinked. And to achieve the vision, we need to achieve the goals, and the triangular goals basically pay into the account of achieving the goal in the rectangular box, namely an ecosystem that's healthy and resilient. So that is the structure and the thinking behind the Baltic Sea Action Plan. Now, the Baltic Sea Action Plan obviously does not exist in a vacuum. We will have to continue to address related issues and related processes. So we have the issue of nutrients, which is highly important. I was referring to eutrophication. And this comprises things such as nutrient recycling, internal nutrient reserves. And we have a tool for that, which is the Baltic Sea Regional Nutrient Recycling Strategy. Marine litter has recently become an issue of considerable concern, and with a lot of focus. We have agreed within HELCOM on a significant reduction of marine litter by 2025. And again, for this, we have a tool, which is the Regional Action Plan on Marine Litter. We are also looking, and I was mentioning earlier, the huge catchment area that the Baltic Sea has. We're also looking at land-sea interaction, and we are, in fact, working with river basin management authorities to address this. And for instance, we had in late 2019 a workshop, and the first ever such workshop with river basin management authorities. And I'm very pleased that this issue will also be on the agenda of today's Baltic Sea Day. Yes, and indeed, we're also addressing the effects of underwater noise on marine animal species in particular, and the tool here is the Regional Action Plan on Underwater Noise. Climate change, needless to say, we cannot ignore climate change any longer. We need to understand its effects for informed policies, and for this, we have developed a climate change fact sheet, which will go a long way towards informing policy making. Maritime spatial planning is another important element of preserving the Baltic Sea. We're applying ecosystem-based management in a practical way here, and the tool for this is the Regional Baltic Sea MSP roadmap. Then we have the HELCOM Science Agenda, which is aimed at identifying future science needs for a healthy Baltic Sea. We need to know what we need to know, and this is what we're trying to determine by means of the Baltic Sea Science Agenda. And then we have the whole S3 process, which Jannica was referring to earlier, and PLC 8 as well, which the Pollution Load Control 8 project, which will contribute to our knowledge and to holistic assessments of states and loads on the Baltic Sea. So finally, I would like to come to this slide. The Baltic Sea Action Plan is a plan, and a plan, of course, is only as good as its implementation. And if we look at the state of implementation of the Baltic Sea Action Plan, we can see that it has had successes because 71% of joint actions are implemented. Joint actions being those that are carried out jointly through HELCOM and its working groups and projects, for example, the development of HELCOM recommendations, joint management guidelines, or assessments of environmental status. However, only 29% of national actions have thus far been fully implemented by all countries, national actions being those which require steps to be taken at the national level. For example, the designation of marine protected areas, the development of national management plans, or the enactment of agreed measures such as developing national programs on hazardous substances or nutrients and eutrophication. So once again, what did I say earlier? A few slides back, I said progress, yes, but more needs to be done. What I hope you will have understood from the presentation is that the Baltic Sea Action Plan has been and remains one of the most effective instruments for achieving the HELCOM environmental objectives. It offers a long-term vision and it offers strategic orientation, and the update will uphold this legacy and maintain the same level of ambition as the current plan. The original Baltic Sea Action Plan can be credited with various improvements seen across the Baltic Sea region, and I would like to highlight a few with regard to Russia, because I'm particularly pleased to note the reductions of nutrient inputs to the Gulf of Finland achieved since the launch of the Baltic Sea Action Plan. And I would like to acknowledge the good work undertaken in Kaliningrad, which led to the recent deletion of 2 important HELCOM hotspots. The first site to be removed from the list was the Kaliningrad Wastewater Treatment Plant, or HELCOM hotspot number 67. Thanks to substantial upgrades of the system, the city's sewage water is now fully redirected to the new plant. And the second site was HELCOM hotspot number 69, the Cyprus pulp and paper mill in Kaliningrad, which has now ceased all production. Again, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Russian Federation and Kaliningrad for these efforts. Despite the undeniable achievements, then, much still remains to be done, and the success of the updated BSAP will depend, and that's why I left the slide open here, on its implementation. To achieve the ecological updates of the BSAP and eventually achieve a good environmental status of the Baltic Sea, more efforts need to be allocated to the implementation of the agreed actions and measures. I am, however, confident that the HELCOM countries have the resolve to make that happen. I've now taken up enough of your time, and in closing, I would like to express my particular gratitude to the Ministry of Environment of the Russian Federation, as well as to the city of St. Petersburg for their outstanding support and for making this event possible. I would like to wish all of us a successful and inspiring Baltic Sea Day 2021, which will now continue with an eye-opening panel discussion on the Baltic Sea Action Plan and its update. Spasibo большое. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rudiger. On behalf of Ivan Alexandrovich, I'd like to close this part of the official opening ceremony. I would like to thank all the speakers for sharing their visions and their expertise, their plans with us on all the issues they have discussed in their presentations. Now, according to our agenda, it's time for panel discussion on HELCOM Action Plan implementation. Stakeholder opinion. Panel discussion will be held in the mixed format, will be moderated by Professional Secretary of HELCOM, Dmitry Frank-Kamenetsky, who will work online, and of the participants, I would like to invite Alexander Vyacheslamovich Kuchaev, Deputy Head of Nature Management Committee, Environment Protection, Environment Safety of the Government of St. Petersburg government, and Kamovnikov Boris of State Autonomous Institution of Kaliningrad Region Environmental Center. And let me ask Dmitry to start this panel discussion by introducing the participants who will share their visions online. Well, Dmitry, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm a little nervous since I've never participated in a session like this. I've never been a moderator of an online discussion, and though I am present, I'm here online, my heart is in and soul are in St. Petersburg. And today we talk a lot, and that's one of the main themes of HELCOM community is renewing the Baltic Sea Action Plan. We've had several presentations today already. Thank you, Rudiger, for an excellent overview of what is happening and how the action plan is being reviewed. And now I would like to talk in more detail. And first of all, let me introduce my colleagues who agreed to take part in this dialogue. They are Lilian Busse, Chairman of HELCOM, Environment Protection Agency of Germany. This is Atilia Thoresen, Director of Regional Program of Wild Nature Foundation of Sweden, and Jakob Hangberg, Head of Swedish Delegation of Helgam, Ministry of Environment Protection of Sweden. I'm trying to figure out the tools to moderate this discussion. They look very new to me. So the first question, the first point, so we heard a lot that the goals of the action plan have not been achieved, but it cannot be that over a period of 14 plans, this program was in action. I'm sure it's not possible that no serious improvements have been achieved.
Stories. Dear colleagues, how could you identify the main success stories of HELCOM and its contracting parties under the implementation of the current Baltic Sea Action Plan? And to start this positive part of the discussion, I would like to invite Lilian as a chair. Just this pleasure. Please, Lilian.
Yeah, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Dimitri?
Perfectly, Lilian.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Hello everyone, and thank you so much having me here on the panel. My name is Lilian Busse. I'm currently chairing HELCOM, and I started doing this July of last year. And so you ask about the success stories, Dimitri. So what I would say up front is it's already a big success that back in 2007, all the contracting parties actually developed and then agreed on a Baltic Sea Action Plan. We all are involved in these discussions, and you know how hard it is to actually agree and then finally adopt in 2007 the Baltic Sea Action Plan. So I think this is already a big success in itself. We heard before, it also has a big acceptance between different sectors and in different regions. So this is also a success, and we have also ambitious levels and ambitious ecological indicators like we heard before. So I think this is already a success, but you also ask about specific success stories. And so I think I would like to share 5 of them, 5 points quickly. And some of you have heard already from Jannika and Rüdiger from HELCOM. And I think the first one, and one of the biggest threats, like we heard, is eutrophication and nutrients. And we were really successful with the Baltic Sea Action Plan that was adopted in 2007 to reduce the nutrient and phosphorus inputs to the Baltic Sea. And we already saw some recovery. We all know we have to keep working on that. And I think it will be also helpful in the future to actually employ some models to see how well we do and how the recovery will be in the future. And from some modeling that a university has done, so if we hadn't done anything, then the Baltic Sea would be in a catastrophic situation. So one of the success story is we already reduced the nutrients and we're making progress, but some more things have to be done in that respect. Second, hazardous substances. We also heard about that from Jannika. The holistic assessment showed that we were quite successful in some areas of the hazardous substances, that we reduced those. Also here, we also know we have persistent substances. We have to keep working on those. And we also know that there are more coming up every day, more substances, more emergent substances. But still, in some of this area with hazardous substances, we were able to actually show progress with the BSAP, the Baltic Sea Action Plan from 2007. We also already heard about the maritime activities. You heard we have cleaner and safer shipping. We have less incidents and less oil spills. Definitely a big success from the last BSAP. Biodiversity, we heard about that. You know, the gray and harbor seals, actually the population is growing. Good success story. We have to keep working on that. but also that 13% of the Baltic Sea is now marine protected area. I would say this is a really good success story. We still have to keep working on the biodiversity part, but I think we could show success and we have to continue working on that. And then I said 5 points. My last point is that we really worked on the dialogue between the different stakeholders with the cooperation, awareness raising, joint effort and capacity building. This is a big point that we implement the last BSAP that's currently in place, but this will be also one of the major points how we will move forward with the new BSAP. I think with this I will close, and I hope in a couple of years we can share some success stories with the newly adopted BSAP that we will hopefully adopt by fall of 2021. Thank you, Dimitri.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lilian. You covered so many things, and you really shown that things are not that bad. So then, despite Rudiger warned us that the all targets over Baltic Sea Action Plan haven't been achieved and we should do a lot, but there is a great success of that. And I would like to ask other participants, could you add something to Lilian's words? Can you find something specific, which is a success story, and what is important to mention from your point of view? And I can see that Jakob is ready to say. Yes, please, Jakob.
Thank you, Dimitri. And first of all, let me just express my appreciation to all the organizers for organizing the Baltic Sea Days and the invitation to speak here. Yes, I think that was a very thorough run through, but there was one thing I would like to highlight. The HELCOM Maritime Group has been working very efficiently with shipping, and there's been a couple of things that has been adopted, such as the sulfur emission control areas, the so-called SICA and NICA also for nitrogen. So the Baltic has been designated as a SICA and NICA area, meaning that the ships have to use low sulfur fuels and adopt some exhaust gas cleaning when they come into the Baltic Sea. And that the sulfur emission reduction or control area, that actually meant that sulfur emissions were reduced by 80% in just a year in harbors in the Baltic. Now, lastly, they will also manage to get an agreement at IMO level that passenger ships need to land their sewage water in harbors in a few years in the Baltic, which is also a success. So that really shows how the Baltic cooperation can really, how the Baltic states can, through HELCOM, work together to actually adopt regulations at the international arena, such as the IMO. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I can see the next hand raised by Attilia. But what I can't see on my screen is the audience or people on the stage. They're really, really small. Please indicate somehow if you want to add something, for I almost see nothing, just raising hands or saying something loud. But first of all, please, Attilia.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you to be able to join this panel, and also to say happy anniversary to the Baltic Sea Action Plan and HELCOM Convention, which was yesterday, I believe, when it was signed in 1974. So I think we should all also raise our big spirits on that as being a good time to have this international forum this year with this anniversary. I wanted to actually bring up the same example as Jakob. I think in the maritime sector, HELCOM has been very strong in trying to get the sector's engagement, and I think this is a real kind of good way of working that should be seen in working with the other sectors as well, where maritime has seen most success with following some of these good legislations on an international level. I'd also say that the marine spatial planning has also been an area which I think the Baltic has been a bit of a forerunner in actually trying to have this transboundary cooperation and setting guidelines on how to work on this transboundary effect. So I would say that is also something that has been of great importance, I think, in this region, to be able to push this sort of way of looking more broad scale on addressing the ocean matters.
Thank you so much. It did. It does look that desperate. So there was a great success achieved under the implementation of the Baltic Sea Action Plan, and I'm still wondering why we were not able to achieve all the goals. Probably we should be even more ambitious and set more strict targets. Скажите, пожалуйста, я фактически не вижу, что происходит на сцене.
I can't see what's happening on stage. Natalia Borisovna, or dear colleagues, would you like to add something, if possible, Dmitry? We can see very well being on stage. We can see the participants. We can see online, but maybe we are in a better position. We also, on my behalf, I would like to add to Lilian's speech as as an example of cleaner and safer shipping is adopting, together with the World Maritime Organization, nitrogen monitoring from shipping and ECHO. And I think this is a step forward from the point of HELCOM Action Plan, Baltic Sea Action Plan, interaction, cooperation with international organizations, and can be assessed, can be described as a success story of HELCOM initiatives. Moreover, this activity also was justly praised by, was awarded a prize in Sweden. And a contribution was made and this contribution was noted by the Helsinki Commission in this sphere. And I'd like to mention that participation of Russia in this sphere was quite big. That's something I wanted to add to what Lilian said. Thank you very much. If we have no further comments from a colleague from Kaliningrad and St. Petersburg, then let us move on with our discussion.
The issue. So we have been discussing now success stories. We were smiling and everything looks quite bright and pink. Well, now I would like to turn the other side of this coin and look at the dark side of the Baltic Sea Action Plan. And what are the shortcomings? What were those obstacles which hampered achievement of the goals? Probably there are some objective issues, but there are some others. I'm thinking who would probably start that. And I think, may I invite Attilia as a representative of ENG to constructively criticize this intergovernmental organization, HELCOM. I'm pretty sure that your criticism will be for good for our work. Please start this.
Thank you, Dmitry. Yes, I think Rudiger eloquently presented it now this morning in his review of the Baltic Sea Action Plan, and that HELCOM has done actually its own review of the implementations of the actions, where it was clearly seen that 71% of the joint actions, which often many of these actions are more set on putting guidelines, doing inventories, database, so very much set as work done, help with the HELCOM Secretariat, whereas the 29% of national actions that have been accomplished is really showing that implementation is not going all the way through on a national level. So despite these expressed ambitions the countries have when signing the Baltic Sea Action Plan, and these original commitments that were set there, these decisions were taken still by an environmental ministry. So the issues are still being dealt with, as we saw. The pressures are coming from different sectors, are not involved in setting up the levels and ambition for the Baltic Sea Action Plan. You still have very much the sector by sector, ministry by ministry, kind of working on the different issues. And I think what's missing is this integrated, holistic way of trying to coordinate these issues in a better way. In Sweden, for example, we just had the opening of Jakob Granit, which is one way, as in Sweden has done, to kind of combine freshwater and marine issues together to have more of this holistic overview of these issues. There's still work to be done there, but I think this is where we need to move forward to. The problem we have, I think, of having the trouble to not have this implementation on national level is that the responsibilities are in different sectors of the ministries, whether it's the infrastructure, fisheries, agriculture. I mean, we have a lot of sectors that are having an impact on the Baltic Sea. So the biggest challenge is really for these countries to come together and have more of this ecosystem-based approach that we've talked about in the action plan of managing these human activities. And this is, I think, the key, that really these policies are not driven on national level to really discuss and manage this in a coordinated way within the catchment. And I think, the question of why we haven't reached the good environmental status, I think a lot of this is because we're not taking the actions that we need to do. A lot of the action plan at the moment is more about recommendations, setting the inventory, the science base. We need all that. But the actions, actually, when you look at many of them, not many are really targeted to actually change something out in the water on their own. So there needs to be more bold actions, really. And I believe that in this first round of the Baltic Sea Action Plan, there was a reluctance to set bold action steps. That, the conflict with economic interests is still the one giving priority to what needs to be done to see results out at sea. And WWF has done a lot of scorecards, showing this over the years between the different ministerial meetings. We had one ministerial meeting actually in Moscow in 2010, where we were to see how far the countries had implemented. Then we had one in Copenhagen in 2013, where it was realized that we weren't achieving, we needed to step up our goals. And the last one in Brussels, where we know that we have to set up new initiatives. And through all these years, we see that there's still this lagging behind of the actions by the countries. And I think this is the glue that we need to find a way of setting the agenda on a much higher political level in the countries for this to really be something that the countries invest in, put the capacity in, and really put as a priority of using that the carrying capacity environment is the most important part and not the economic incentives to be the priority. And of course, I just want to lastly say, we've also, as NGOs, been very active in HELCOM and come up with also key asks and recommendations that we think could be these bold actions for the next Baltic Sea Action Plan through our shadow plan that was presented in HELCOM last year at the stakeholder meeting.
Okay, thank you so much, Atilia. So two messages I got immediately. We should make joint effort more joint, and be bold and brave with our actions. Yeah, it sounds very inspiring. Thank you for that. Any other views? What you would like to highlight as the obstacle? And probably then we will discuss how we can overcome those obstacles. And I can see that the HELCOM chair has some ideas. Yes, please, Lilian.
Yeah, so thank you, Atilia, for your points, which I totally can support. And it's similar when I speak from the German perspective, that we have a Ministry for the Environment and a Minister for Agriculture, and sometimes it's hard to find common ground there. And so I can totally support that. I might want to raise 2 points. Picking up what you said, it has to be higher up on the agenda, political agenda, and I'm pretty confident that we can move forward well in the future, because I think that environmental policy is currently pretty high up on the agenda. If it's in the international world, global world with the Sustainable Development Goals, it's on the European Commission level with the European Green Deal. So I think it kind of raised up to a higher level. So with that, I'm confident that hopefully in the future years we can get the Baltic Sea in a better state. And then the second point I want to make is, yes, it's not easy, but outlining the actions, it's already tough, but then implementing the actions is even tougher on a national level. And then we don't even stop at a national level. We have to then break it down on the local level, right? And then again, speaking from the German perspective, right? We have 16 Bundesländer, 16 states within Germany, right? Not all of them, of course, bordering the Baltic Sea, but the ones who are bordering or which are bordering the Baltic Sea, we have to make sure that they're implementing the actions. We have to work together with them. So also, then really on a local and regional level, implementing this action, it's quite an endeavor. So, but then.
Thanks a lot, Lilian, for this addition. I think it is so much relevant also for Russian Federation, which also has a number of federal entities in the catchment area for the Baltic Sea. And this is the issue which I would like to raise a bit later, and specifically our Russian colleagues. And we have also representative of the Russian regional authorities, and it would be very interesting to hear also their view on that. But your message is really clear. It's just better involvement of all stakeholders at various levels. Any other views would like to add something to this constructive criticism of the Baltic Sea Action Plan and what should be done and what can be done? I'm looking at this stage, which is really small on my screen. Скажите, пожалуйста, уважаемые коллеги.
Dear colleagues, do you have something to add to what has been said by Attila and Lilian? Natalia. Thank you, Dmitry. To criticize the public organization, it's not necessary. We are not going to do this. We just listen to them. On my behalf, what I would like to say, in the Russian Federation, as well as in Germany, we have many subjects that are naturally managed governed at the regional level, and there are 67 of them in the Russian Federation, if I'm not mistaken. 7 of them are the subjects that are part of the water collection region of the Baltic Sea, and they are quite extensive. The territory of them are quite extensive. Naturally, adopted in 2007, the action plan of the Baltic Sea was important for the whole subjects of the Russian Federation and for the Russian Federation as a whole. A great number of federal authorities were involved in this activity, not only at the level of the development of the plan, but later during the implementation of the plan. Naturally, the example of this plan and example of the Helsinki Commission is of great importance for the Russian Federation. Its goals are reflected on the activities that are held in the Russian Federation. Russia has 13 seas. The activity has been very attracted by the NOPAC, the far east of the Russian Federation, the region of the Black Sea, the Barents Sea, and the Arctic region is involved. Since May this year, Russia has started to chair this project of cooperation in the Arctic Council. Naturally, the implementation of the plan and acceptance of the plan is reflected in the activities of the different levels. At the federal level, we update and we adopt different strategy of the development of the Baltic Sea, the development of the marine activity up to 2030. At the federal level and at the level of the federal cooperation, this activity, the goals including the issues of preventing eutrophication, preservation of the natural diversity, development of the protected areas of the Russian Federation, so-called Hermalite conservatory grounds that is important for the Russian Federation. I think it will raise our data that has been presented by Mr. Rüdiger as to the fulfillment of the BAS Baltic Sea Action Plan, BSAP. Naturally, without the roles of the subjects of the Russian Federation, it would have been feasible and wouldn't have been possible. At the regional level, much has been done to fulfill our commitments as to BSAP. Vertical and bottom-up approaches have been implemented. Different representatives of St. Petersburg, the representatives from the Kaliningrad regions participate, and if they think that they would like to add up something, it would be brilliant. Thank you, Natalia. It will be interesting to listen to your opinion, what you can add up as a representative of the subject of the Russian Federation. I'd like to say that the BSAP is not just a book that we have on our table, but in the Kaliningrad region, this BSAP is well known and important for us, for many people, because now we are working in all these areas that are highlighted and laid down in the BSAP. We have been working using so-called program methods. We have our national projects and international programs, Russia, Poland, Russia, Lithuania. Within these programs, we have developed the regional program on environmental protection that envisages and that is aimed at the fulfillment of the measures to protect the Baltic Sea. And I'd like to point out in the following order that is very close to me. And we participate in the national project that is called Clean Country. In 2019, on the 8th of March, their document was signed to eradicate the huge landfill in one of our regions. And from the Google, and in the Google, you can see this from the space. The next point is the action that has been done to prevent eutrophication of the Baltic Sea and Kaliningradsk and Kursk harbor. It's unprecedented number of purification facilities were built, including the levels laid down by HELCOM as to phosphorus and sulfurs. There is the project related to the coastline or resort towns. It's been done by TASIS, the final work by TASIS. In the majority of regional centers In the Kaliningrad region, biological purification facilities were constructed on the basis that take into account the threshold levels of phosphorus and nitrogen laid down by HELCOM. We submitted applications within the projects of Clear Country for recultivation of the regions and preservation of the unique water sources. We have 5 water supplies, and up to the end of 2021, we have to clean them as to renewing of their biological properties. Much work has been carried out. We raise awareness. We organize some seminars, field seminars. We involved the business community, universities, schools. And of course, all these measures and events, they are held at their level of ecological community. They are widely spread and well known. What are the prospects for us? Now we are participating in the 4 projects. Interact. It's the region of the Baltic Sea. And they are institutional in nature. It's microplastic. The Council of Water Management Companies. But we want more pilot projects, infrastructural projects that will demonstrate real results, stepping based on the theoretical grounds. Thank you so much. I'd like to listen to St. Petersburg. Thank you. In St. Petersburg, as well as in our colleagues from Kaliningrad region, we have our ecological policy of St. Petersburg up to 2030. It's clear that it has the strategic goal of this policy is to ensure ecological safety of the environment and preservation of ecological system. The city, due to its geographical position, the location of the city is reflected in the ecological situation in the Baltic Sea region. What is being done, or what does St. Petersburg do? St. Petersburg is a huge megapolis. 98.5% success has been achieved in purification of the sewage waters. Much work has been done in this area, and we don't stop. We have new areas. We cover these areas with the necessary engineering facilities to collect unpurified sewage waters. St. Petersburg is one of the cities with a huge number of water sources, more than 1,000 of them. Thanks to our city budgets, the majority of these facilities are under their supervision of the Russian Federation, but the city funds are allocated. 4,000 cubic meters are handled as to the plastic waste that we collect from the surfaces of the water sources. It's this waste that doesn't get to the Baltic Sea. It's not only contribution of St. Petersburg to water source management. We have the enterprise Pilar. It's their emergency service of our city. In the Neva River, we have the traffic of 6,000 water vessels, 6,000 ships. And we have 100 oil spills that we have to manage. Then we are talking about 300 million of funds that we managed to raise and then remit to the federal budget for water management in our area. And as a return, we have only 20%. Our expenditure for management of facility, for cleaning activities, cleaning of the bottom of the Neva River, to collect plastic marine waste. We spend a huge amount of money, more than 20 million rubles annually. And we want this money to be invested in different ecological projects. What else we would like to say? St. Petersburg, in St. Petersburg, we have 15 protected areas. The area of this and 4,500 hectares. These territories are very important for us. In St. Petersburg, we have the part of Baltic tract or Baltic route of migrating water birds. We have to create protected coastal areas to preserve biodiversity of these migrating water birds. Birds, they don't change this migrating corridor. As to other contribution of St. Petersburg, it's a landfill that is called Krasny Bor. It's a hotspot that was highlighted by HELCOM. Now, as by the approval of the government of the Russian Federation, the Russian Federation will be eradicated this landfill. And St. Petersburg was involved in the cleaning activities up to this year. Thank you so much. And now we can see and we will listen to success stories. Although
we heard criticism from WWF and that we need to strengthen, to improve the Baltic Sea Action Plan. Despite, we can also hear all those examples that this document is well known and functional at different levels and really contributes to our joint effort to protect the Baltic Sea environment and progress towards good environmental status of the Baltic Sea. What can be done for the Baltic Sea Action Plan to make it more efficient? How this new action plan can differ from the existing, from the current version, in order to finally lead us to the ultimate goal, good environmental status of the Baltic Sea. What can we do in this action plan? What HELCOM can do? I know probably Jakob, you can start answering this.
Well, thank you, Dmitry. That's not a very easy question, and it sounds as if I have the key to saving the Baltic Sea. I can't say I do, but I would think of 4 things that I think would really contribute to improving the way that BSAP can achieve its goals. And the first one is that we make sure that it's short and that it's clear, and it has very concrete political targets, such as reduction targets for pollutants or similar. And why this is important is because it has to be understandable for the public, so anybody can understand what it is, and it has to be politically interesting. And as you just said, one of the reasons for the success of the present plan is that it has had a high political interest, and it's super important that we keep that high political interest also of this updated Baltic Sea Action Plan. So that's the first thing. The second thing many have touched on previously, it refers to the cross-sectoral sort of way that the Baltic Sea Action Plan is formulated in. This means that the plan has to be formulated in a way that it has political support not only from the Ministry of Environment, but also from fisheries, agriculture, shipping, and so on, as many has pointed out. And therefore, it's really important that those ministries are also, to a high degree, involved in formulating those different parts of the Baltic Sea Action Plan. So it becomes very relevant for those sectors. Not the least is it important that the plan expresses a political will to provide the necessary financial resources and the policy changes that is needed, really. Otherwise, it's not going to happen in the municipalities or in the regions, as some others have pointed out. The third thing I would like to point to is that the action plan has to be concrete and measurable. As someone also said before, the present plan has had parts which has been quite difficult to actually measure and to be able to say whether we have done it or not, because it hasn't been concrete enough. And that has made it even more difficult to implement it on the local scale and on the municipality scale. So that's also something we are working with right now to us actually make some parts of the old plan more concrete and measurable and move those into the new plan. So that, I think, is an important part. And lastly, but not the least, it's very important that the plan is adapted for the specificities of different parts of the Baltic Sea. And to reach that, we need the participation of experts from all the Baltic states, so that we get not the least the expertise, but also that experts from all parts are participating and setting up the different actions needed, so it becomes relevant for all those areas and both sectors and areas. So that's something I would really like to push for, that we need all countries to send their experts to the expert groups and the work in the Baltic Sea Action Plan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jakob. Summarizing quickly, I would like to recall the phrase which Kaliningrad started the speech, that Baltic Sea Action Plan is not a handbook in their routine work. So they're not waking up and falling asleep with this book. But this should be actually is to be designed. So we heard this message from our colleagues. Anything else, please? Do you want to add?
What I said is that it's not a household name. These are different things. It's not a household name.
It is not.
It's not for everyday use.
Okay.
we mean that it has
not the
its
main
importance,
guidance.
but we
Okay, not the main
don't.
guidance. Some
It
difficulties
doesn't
of
guide us
interpretation.
every day. If I may add something said to what
Да, пожалуйста,
Jacob
конечно.
just said, you see, of course, this reviewed action plan, once it is adopted, it will be different from the first plan adopted in year 2007. We keep growing, the society keeps developing, new challenges appear, but for successful implementation and to achieve our tasks, to make sure they are relevant, we need initiatives from different stakeholders, from different states, different spheres, from different states, to understand the common role and the common contribution in preservation of satisfactory state of the Baltic Sea. And as an example here, let me mention Russia's initiative to involve cross-border water flows and in load assessment, the impact of third states, which are not the Baltic Sea states. And for us, as in implementation of the action plan, this initiative was reflected in one way or another in the renewed plan. And I'd like to support Jacob that this plan will provide us an opportunity to apply all the best tools, but also it will produce, will encourage the states to come up with the initiatives and combine maybe something unexpected, different spheres, but maybe in the future we will be able to combine these spheres.
Dear colleagues, do you want to add something else to what has been already said by Jakob and Natalia and our colleagues? Lilian, Attila, do you have anything else to add? Yes, Lilian, please.
Maybe I add one more point. I absolutely support what Jacob said, but I think what's important is that we learn from the past, the last or the current BSAP, and we did this sufficiency of measures. So we looked at the actions and see what worked, what didn't work, why some weren't implemented, how can we move forward in the future. Basically, that we learn from the BSAP from 2007, and we have done in HELCOM an analysis, we call it SOM, the sufficiency of measures, and that we take that information into the new plan, learn from that, and move forward with that. So I think we already do that, but I think that's an important.
Thank you so much, Lilian, for this addition. And I saw that Attila also has something to add. Yes, please, Attila.
Yes. Thanks, Dimitri. Yeah, no, I can completely just support Jakob, and I think the points that he has set out are actually very good points that I would fully endorse and agree on. I think seeing the process it is now is that sort of ambition of wanting to bring that cost sector is still not coming there. So I want to really stress that part, that the ministries need to work together, and I'm glad to hear that there is that. That support on the local level, and I think that needs to work more. That we've heard in the examples for St. Petersburg and Kaliningrad. Also have these issues that are challenging, emerging issues, where I think we are still missing a lot, and we're lagging behind in this region. One of them is climate change. One of them is seabed disturbance. These are two actions where we are lagging behind. I think both on sort of translating the science maybe into policy. I think some of it we can't wait all that much more for the science to come, because we just don't have the luxury to wait, because these are emerging issues that are really important. And I think that's where we need to see a bit more of bold action, as I've said before. So I totally agree on these points that are here, but I think what we need to learn from the action plan is that it's going too slowly. So we really need to, as Jakob said, set clear targets with targets that need to be met. I think a lot of the actions had no targets or have also had targets but then have been missed because of the unclarity. So I fully support the concrete set targets, get the political agenda on it, and making sure that this is translated into all policies on a sectoral level, the national policies, which trickles down to the regional municipalities, as we've also learned that this is really important to get all stakeholders on board.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you so much, dear colleagues, for your active contribution and participation in this discussion. We are running out of time. But I have one very specific question, which I would like to ask in the very end. You probably all know that chairmanship in HELCOM is taken in alphabetic order by countries. And I just recently calculated that Sweden will take this chairmanship in 10 years, exactly at the time when the the action plan, which is under development, will be accomplished. And I want to ask Jakob, just to pretend he is a prophet, and how could you foresee priorities of Swedish chairmanship in 10 years period? If you can answer.
Thank you very much, Dmitry. No, I very much appreciate that question. I would say like this: if we think of the one of the main things of the current VSAP, which is the total allowable inputs for nutrients that we agreed in 2007, I think it was, where we agreed to try to reach the 1950s level. That sort of agreement has really produced a good outcome, where we all agreed where we wanted to go, and on the basis of that, we could decide on how much we needed to reduce inputs to the Baltic Sea. However, for the whole ecosystem as a Baltic, today we have a vision, but it's quite vague. It's not measurable. It's very difficult to say if we have reached the vision or not of the Baltic. So what I'm missing is a common understanding of what we want the Baltic Sea to look like in, say, 20, 30 years. What do we all want it to look like? So I would actually advocate for trying to find a similar concrete target as we did for eutrophication, but for the whole Baltic ecosystem. In that way, it should be so concrete that if you're working with fisheries or with shipping or with agriculture, you can immediately say that, okay, I'm doing this measure. Does this measure contribute to this overall target for the ecosystem of the Baltic Sea? It should be that concrete. So we can actually compare all the measures that we do in different sectors and thereby help harmonizing the work across sectors and make sure that we all are pulling towards the same target, so to say. And I think that's something I would wish for now, 10 years before that happens. We'll see.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. So we already have a vision for Baltic Sea Action Plan 2030-2040. Something of that sort. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Our time's up, and I'm afraid the organizers will never ask me again to moderate such discussions if I don't close this discussion now. It's very interesting. We discussed many ideas. Is someone willing to add something? Just a couple of words before we call it a day. Natalia, dear colleagues on stage, maybe I'd like to say that many new ideas have been suggested, and there's nothing significant I'd like to add. Our goals are clear, and after the action plan is adopted, hopefully in October this year, these goals shall be updated, reviewed, and the specific actions resulting from these goals to be taken by the Russian Federation will be more obvious and maybe more measurable, let me put it that way, in accordance with the reviewed action plan. Thank you, Dmitry, for moderating. And from the point of this mixed format, I think it's a little hard to follow the line of discussion, but it was still very interesting, and hopefully next year we shall be able to attend this forum in person. Thank you very much.
Thank you that you found some time to join us and for your contribution. With that, I would like to close this discussion and hand over my role to, to those who are in the main audience. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, as you know, at the Baltic Sea Day, we have a tradition that, with the help of our colleagues and partners, Vernadsky Fund, we award. I have some administrative issues. I'd like to award, distribute some awards from Vernadsky Fund. Olga Vladimirovna is here. This is award Vernadsky orders. Dear colleagues, it's a good tradition to award those signs of Vernadsky, and today, as agreed with the forum organizing committee, we have 4 awards to distribute, and some of these awards waited for the entire year, and finally it's going to happen. So let me start the award ceremony for significant achievements and success in environment protection in St. Petersburg, for contribution to International Environmental Forum, the Baltic City Filipov, Nikolai Borisovich, Secretary of the Forum Organization Committee. Next, Vernadsky Order is awarded for active participation in student education of Tolmachevo Secondary School in Leningrad region. Next, for many years of cooperation for maritime environment preservation, Mr. Harry Jakob Huchter. I understand he's not with us, but Vladislav Borisovich, could you please pass the award on? We notified him, so it's a pleasure. Vernadsky medals awarded to Sharova Tatiana Vladimировna, senior expert of city utility service of Kingisepp city for maintenance of and preservation of the environment at a city level. Thank you very much. We stay will always stay with you. Thank you, Vernadsky Foundation. Dear colleagues, now please pay attention. There's a door on the right. You will find some volunteers who'll take you to lunch. The organizing committee invites all the participants to eat lunch at Hilton Hotel. The second announcement, panel discussions will start at 1:30, so please do not be late. And summing up of the Baltic Sea Day will take place tomorrow on the 24th of March at the Organization Committee session at 2:30. At that, our plenary session is closed. Thank you very much for your participation and bon appétit.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear guests of the forum, the Large City Ecology. Let's wait 1 minute and we will start our plenary session and the opening ceremony of the forum named Large City Ecology. Dear colleagues, we shall start. I am Serebritsky Ivan, the Deputy of the Committee of the Natural Resource Management and Environment Committee. I will be facilitating our plenary session, the plenary session of the 20th Ecological Forum, the Jubilee Ecological Forum, the Large City Ecology, that is being held in EXPOFORUM for the 7th time. And it's already inspired specialist professionals in the area of ecology. This year, we decided the motto of our forum, the ecology is an outlook for the future. It's a perspective area, and it's been proved by the projects and programs that have been realized in our country. It's in line with the many areas of concern that are part of our life, the life of our city. Today we have the representative board that will share the information about perspective and important tendencies of the development of the sector for the following nearest future. First of all, as a tradition, we would like to give the opportunity to welcome the audience on behalf of the Ministry of the Natural Resources and Ecology of the Russian Federation. Their welcoming address will be read by Mr. Minuhin, the Director of the Department of Natural Resource Management and Water Resource Management. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. On behalf of the Ministry, I'd like to welcome the forum participants. The ecology is enhanced in importance as a synonym of nature. Initially, the meaning was the influence of a man on the environment. Now we have to limit the impact, because resource-sparing economy is one of the priority of the state management of the Russian Federation. We have the important task to stimulate the natural resource technologies. It will enhance the ecological efficiency of the Russian economy. Undoubtedly, the forum will enhance the ecological responsibility of business and the citizens of our country, and we will transfer the economy to the sustainable development. Without our environment concern and environmental safety ecology, we won't see the future and we won't preserve our natural resources for the next generation. I wish you the fruitful discussions. Mr. Kozlov. On myself, I'd like to add, I'm responsible for water resource management. March. Time is spent for water resource management. The federal projects are being implemented, for example, as to the Volga River, Baikal Lake. much will be done in the nearest future as to the Don River Basin, to expand to the River Volga geography. It's necessary to discuss these issues additionally during the forum, to work out some recommendations, and the ministry will take it into account. And I hope that our river basins will be given much concern. I'll wish you fruitful work. Thank you, Roman. Large City Ecology, it's an international forum, but this year, for the first time, in the preparation of the forum and events of the forum, Japan has participated for the first time. The deputy of the Ministry of Ecology of Japan, Mr. Konda Tamahira.
The last meeting, dear people of Russia, especially of St. Petersburg and Leningrad Oblast, I would like to congratulate that the beautiful city of St. Petersburg, the cultural center of Russia, will host this wonderful international conference on the environment. Environmental issues have no borders, and all countries must work together to protect our beautiful planet. As we know, we are now facing two global crises, the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. At this critical juncture, it is essential for all of us to redesign our socio-economic system to make them sustainable and resilient. With this in mind, Japan is now accelerating three transitions: a transition to a decarbonized society, a transition to a circular economy, and a transition to a decentralized society. Japan is currently working on to promote a transition to a circular economy from 3 points. The first one, policy making. Japan submit a bill on plastic resource calculation to our diet to promote designing of sustainable products and also to promote the reduction of plastic waste and the decarbonization of plastics. Regarding to the Osaka Blue Ocean Vision, which aims to reduce additional pollution by marine plastic layer to zero by 2050, it has already been shared by as many as 86 countries now. I'm grateful that it has been shared with Russia as well. The second one, finance. Japan has published the world's first disclosure and engagement guidance to accelerate sustainable finance to innovative companies with a view to realize a circular economy. The third one, partnerships. The government of Japan and Keidanren, the largest business federation in Japan, have launched the Circular Economy Partnership to facilitate the transition to a circular economy. Within the framework of this forum, the Consulate General of Japan in St. Petersburg and the St. Petersburg city government will host the Japan-Russia Regional Exchange Environmental Conference, Clean Ocean, on the theme of marine plastic waste. We hope that the conference will be a meaningful opportunity for experts from both Japan and Russia to work in partnership to solve this problem. Currently, Japan-Russia relations are progressing in a wide range of areas of cooperation, including economic and cultural exchanges. This year is the Japan-Russia Year of Regional and Sister City Exchanges, and it is very significant that today's event took place while the outbreak of the new coronavirus is still ongoing. Once again, I would like to thank the Russian side for the initiative in organizing this conference. Спасибо большое.
Unfortunately, from the board, we didn't see the presentation. Please, technical team, solve this problem because we saw only the background. We will watch the recording later on. Our ecology problem, they are the general ones, they are common ones, and litter pollution is the common problem for the country. Now we will start their presentation. So the first presentation, I'd like to invite to the mic the head of the Natural Resource and Environment Committee, Denis Belaev. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I am very happy to welcome you here on the Jubilee Forum. I am convinced that the issues of the environment protection, they are of concern not only of experts but of everybody. Success depends on our joint actions in this area. The International Forum is a unique venue where we can see that all this experience of other countries, other regions. We can exchange our experience. We can join different environmental projects. In my presentation, I'd like to speak about the issues of environment protection that we are handling here in St. Petersburg. In 2020, on the order of the government, the mobile team, emergency team was created. It's been working for 1 year. In April, more than 10,000 referrals so we handled as to the pollution of water sources, chemical pollution, and other issues we solved. We pulled together all their efforts and we initiated the live dialogue with our citizens. Much attention is paid to water resources. St. Petersburg is the city on the water sources. It's a northern Venice. It's our germ. It's our value. And we have been enhancing our work in this respect, namely rehabilitation of water facilities and water causes. We have by 300 we increase the amount of work. We twofold, so we improved our floating waste removal. We try to preserve our unique water objects. Now we have the project as to the cleaning of the river Smolenka. Now we have 126 hydrotechnic facilities in the assets of our city. Not only Water Resource Committee, but also the administration of St. Petersburg are involved in this work. By fivefold, we reduced the number of abandoned hydraulic and technical facilities. In the year 2020, we conducted 6 studies as to these facilities. In March 2021, the Ministry of Natural Resources included in their regulations these 2 facilities. And now we are going to implement the project as to eradicate, to remove the hazardous objects, the hazardous facilities from our financial assets. Having analyzed the number of requests and applications from our citizens, we think that the system of monitoring will be developing. In our concept that we discussed in our council under the patronage of the government of St. Petersburg, we set up a task force to realize our initiatives up to 2030. Despite the difficulties, we can see fully that the world is changing. And the situation we are in is dynamic. It makes us to think about challenges we are facing. The situation is completely different from the past. We are going to update the system. We are going to implement new fully automated stations to assess the condition of the environment, and we are going to increase our capacities here. Despite the difficult year, as to number of restrictions related to COVID and the opportunity of work of our watchdogs authorities, we tried not to reduce the workload. and we tried to preserve all our activities to become effective. On the results of our work, we discovered a great number of infringements. A great number of penalties were imposed. In 2020, we conducted 2,820 some inspections. Our goal is to raise awareness, to improve the ecological knowledge of everybody. We see a kind of a stimulus for development, a potential for raising awareness in ecological safety. Outlook for the future can't be made without raising awareness, without ecological enlightenment, without the knowledge in this respect, taking into account a difficult year, difficult situations, difficult limitations. We conducted 180 events, 220 participants were online. All in all, there were 5,000 of them. They participated, they answered their questions, they commented, they were online. They were a part of our system development that will continue. As separate aspects of our activities, separate our pride, and I am sure that ecological knowledge, ecological enlightenment should be closely connected with the practical experience. People should see this, people should acquire this. In the setting of the city, in St. Petersburg, we preserved 15 preservation areas. It's our pride. I am greatly thankful for this work. This work is still continuing, and we are establishing additional 3 ecologically protected zones and areas. The ecological burden is being increasing. It's under the influence of our history, of other challenges, but we managed to preserve these oases, these islands of ecology. We are developing the ecological trails, and we have the plans to operate and to design ecological trails. We can go in the field, and we can share, and we can have this experience being in this unchanged nature. Finalizing my presentation, I'd like to say that our governor, Beglov, announced this year, the Year of Ecology. I've been asked what kind of events we were planning. It was a novelty for us. We will announce all our planned events. We will invite you to participate in these events, and we will give the opportunity to everybody to participate to these events. We are open for any ideas, any discussions. We will analyze them. There are no bad suggestions. We think that pulling our efforts, we will improve every instruments we have in hand to implement our nature preservation projects. I wish everybody new business contacts, successful work, new projects, new knowledge, and brilliant, sunny mood and good health. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Denis. Our forum is both international and interregional, and now I'm pleased to introduce our guest, the Minister of Natural Resources, Forestry and Environment of Perm region, Dmitry Mikhailovich Belanovich. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Let me congratulate the organizers on this Jubilee event and to update you. Let me give you some numbers. The Perm region is 15 million hectares of land, and that's a large network of water bodies. Perm is a leader by city forest territory. So it was very important for us that our green bodies in cities were properly covered by the regional legislation. So that's why some time ago we decided to adopt a law on protection of green areas of the Perm region, which we developed for the purpose of regulation, maintenance, protection, and reproduction of green spaces in the cities of the Perm region. The basis is the concept of green area of different functions covered with trees and shrubs or artificial and greenery-free areas is a wider concept compared to green areas, which enables us to protect existing plantations and associated territories and objects. The sphere of this provision is now connected with the use of city forests and specially protected natural zones and city parks regulated by the federal legislation. This draft law sets a separate category of green areas to be regulated. The draft law has been submitted to isolated legal concepts of city governance that managing green objects, and they are based on the federal law on general principles of organizing local self-governance of Russian Federation and on environment protection. Next slide, please. Oh, you're not playing my slides. Can I have my slides? The need to develop the draft law emerged a long time ago. The Perm region has always been characterized by high level of public activity in the sphere of environment protection, and to provide comfortable environment for the population, reproduction of green bodies will increase the potential for reproduction of green bodies, and in near future we plan to auction construction of a greenery that will create new jobs and reduce costs of transportation. An important issue to be dealt with at the moment is the need to provide safety of green bodies during construction works, first of all, and that is why we provide for measures to prevent the existing bodies and for considering the norms in construction works. Developing this law, we analyzed Russia's best practices. At the moment, such laws are fairly few, only 17 similar laws in regions of Russia, and not everywhere the laws have sufficient regulation. Many of them are of framework nature. 4 regions of Russia that include St. Petersburg, Krasnodar, and Moscow. First of all, our law should protect areas from uncontrolled management, ensure preservation of trees and shrubs in protected areas, especially during construction work. The second important result should be replenishment of local budgets from demolition of green bodies. So we try to investigate this area in depth, and that will increase the budget of cities. In addition to that, we should introduce administrative responsibility for a reproduction of green bodies. The structure of the draft law is shown in this slide. The basic provisions include green areas and city development, local acts of considering existing and future green areas, demolition and compensation plantations, mega damages, filing claims for green area damage, planning, accounting of planning and informing the population about through various communication channels. In the sphere of use and protection of green areas of the Perm region by citizens, citizens will have the following right. So they have the right to apply and to make suggestions, to file cases for damage to green areas. We will also introduce social monitoring, the concept of social monitoring, special collegiate bodies to address issues such as green areas in communal areas and courtyards. Legal persons include who shall not be allowed to destroy green areas, to observe fire safety rules, to create car parks, etc. Important issue connected with financing shall be and funds collected by municipalities for green area destruction. We believe that this law will increase management, will improve management and make the environment of the citizens more comfortable. And I will appreciate if any of you colleagues could share your experiences in this sphere. So in conclusion, let me say that the Perm region today also includes almost 300 specially protected zones united under the common directorship. We develop environmental tourism, so it was very interesting for me to learn about the specially protected zones in St. Petersburg. We are always happy to welcome you in the Perm region because our region is always happy to entertain guests. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Dmitry Mikhailovich. Perm is the gate to the lungs of the world. And of course, green areas are extremely important there. And of course, we understand the importance, but our forum is called Ecology of a Big City. So what do managers or administrators of the big cities, so we know already what's happening in St. Petersburg, have another capital city which, of course, exceeds all other subjects of the Russian Federation and, in a way, is a leader and a locomotive of environmental initiatives. We have online the head of Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Protection of Moscow, Anton Olegovich Kulbachevsky.
Good afternoon, dear friends, dear citizens. I apologize for not being here with you, but allow me to give you the presentation from my working place. I congratulate you and I wish you fruitful and successful work. It's a very useful event. It will bring about fruitful results in our ecological areas. Today, the development of cities is defined by the concept of sustainable development. Moscow is following the concept of sustainable development. We have achieved a great number of results. The much we do, the more it's difficult to reach improvement. Ecological effectiveness is a condition for sustainable development. All the cities, London, New York, Singapore, they have their strategies as to environment protection and climate changes, and they consider ecology as are as inseparable part of a comfortable conditions for living and health of residents. In March of this year, the first meeting of the U20 happened. The matrix for their priority development was established, among them adaptation to climate change and preservation of nature and biodiversity of the cities, green projects, financial instruments of the development of digital technologies. As I've already said, much has been achieved. The world now is changing greatly. On the one hand, the conditions are to be set. On the other hand, we have to comply with these conditions. Our way that we have chosen, it's our way for the future. Since 2010, Moscow reconsidered the areas for development. 14 programs were accepted, and 7 areas were identified in the ecology conditions. Moscow is a leading city in this respect. Comparing with the European cities, we improve our air, the green areas among these natural systems and natural areas despite urbanization. Also, our legislation is progressive and we improve monitoring of the environment. The figures are on the slide. I'm not going to say them and concentrate your attention on this. Climate values, climate indicators, they are values of the upper level. They are, there is a direct link between the reduction of green gases and overall pollutions. Resource economy, it's a mainstream. Ecology is the mainstream of the policy of the large cities and of sustainable development. Climate risks are the other drivers of the development of economy. It's an impetus for the search of new technological solutions for the city development, implementation of innovative, ecologically friendly, natural friendly technology. In Moscow, there are a great number of projects that were accepted, and the number is growing up. We have reduced by 25% the green gas emissions comparing to 2020. Quantitatively, it's more than 20 million tons of CO2. Our reduction is can be comparable with the average European city emissions. Overall goals, 30% reduction up to 2030. It requires new technological solutions. Also, we suggest to use scientifically based research for our reserves, approach to our reserves. Otherwise, it will be difficult to reach our goals. We conducted the scientific evaluation of our reserves in different areas of economy. We do have these reserves. Much reserves we have in construction area. In the Russian Federation, there is not an obligation, compulsory requirements in this area, but more and more green technologies are being implemented. Up to 90 buildings, they have their international certificates. More than 200 buildings, they are constructed on the basis of green approaches. Green housings, they are very profitable. We can reduce risks. We can improve our marketing tools for leasing companies. They can reduce by 25–30% of their expenditure, and it can improve the quality of our resources and improve our energy resource handling. The renovation program has started. More than 5.5 thousand calories we preserved. The estate we can reduce by 8 and 5% our construction costs, and we'll get profit back in 2 years. We compared our effectiveness of implementing green technologies. We spared energy resources in the range of the 10 to 30%. As to we found we found abandoned areas that can be used for construction. 15% of the territory of Moscow city, part of them has been renovated. You know, for example, such kind of enterprises that are called ZIL and Hammer and the Scissor. They use energy efficient green technology. 50% territories are to be made as a green spaces. There are examples of different cities that step aside from industrial activities to all abandon industrial activities to improve the air of the city. Our ambition in Moscow is to preserve our technological capacities and to improve the city of our city. We closed down cement producing facilities. Russia has shifted to the new way of assessment of industrial activities based on the best available technologies. In Moscow, scientific work has been done to assess their impact of chemical activities. The first results are very promising. They say that Moscow enterprises, they are in line with ecologically safety technology. Despite the low potential of the city to the use of the renewable energy sources, we are still hoping for improvement. Briefly, at the end, I'd like to say about the importance of green projects. 20, 30 years ago, our ecological activities, they weren't only restricted by preservation of biodiversity and natural resource management, but now ecology is an economically feasible area. It's our ecological way of management our economy. Many leading cities proved that green solutions, they are economically profitable for the industry. For example, in Helsinki and in other cities. Moscow has all the necessary reserves in this respect, and we are going to realize them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You've set us a high standard, so we know where to look at. You have the valuable experience to share, and I'd like to mention that, like all people involved in environment protection, we all know that that every good initiative presented in their own way or deliberately presented in their own way can look different to the public. That is why, when preparing this forum, we planned a special event dedicated to the role of the mass media in covering environmental issues, because mass media, that's the future of environment protection. And let me give the floor to Ivan Ivanovich Zasursky, member of the Presidential Council for Civil Society and Human Rights, member of the Environmental Council under the Governor of St. Petersburg. Good afternoon. I'm happy to have the opportunity to address you. And so I know that, we are very worried that all is well with you, because if there's no St. Petersburg, so what can we do? We need a place to go now that the borders are closed. We visited Perm. We love Perm. But we love St. Petersburg even more. So for me, that's a delight to be useful to you. So thank you for this introduction. A lot depends on journalists. So what depends on journalists? When something happens to us, I asked specially to demonstrate our website. So you see, we produced. So I don't have this. I only have one book, but this book in the electronic format in a more environment-friendly format is available, and it's free. I did not produce. I'm not going to make a presentation here because all I need to show, I can show with this web page. So when we decided to make a presentation on climate and in ecology, so nobody is interested in ecology. Everybody knows that modern life is complex and it does not always smell good. The situation with the climate is much more dangerous because ecology results in growth of diseases. But as for climate, so we may all die in a day, and we don't want this to happen. To manage the problems, politicians need lots of power. They need to redistribute resources. They need to invest in decisions to prevent the most serious problems. And no politician, even in the most autocratic system, nobody can act. Nobody can oppose expectations of the society. If the society believes there are no problems with climate, that will be useless. So the role of journalists and the role of science, of course, much more depends on scientists, because journalists. I am head of department at Moscow State University, so I'm a scientist. But from scientists, we want to get accurate information as to what to expect, what problems we'll be facing. So if you could go down a little bit to the bottom of my slide, see what still down. Yeah. And a little bit up. Now go up a little bit. So when we decided to create this resource, so that was the first climate report. Of course, the first climate report was made by administration of St. Petersburg. And when I told Vladimir Vladimirovich about the climate situation, I referred to the report made in St. Petersburg, because in St. Petersburg the temperature grew by 1.5%. Vladimir Vladimirovich did not believe me, so I had to swear. But then later he said, "Okay, I see. Yes, you told me what you told me is true, because already in the north the temperature is growing faster. St. Petersburg is prone to floods. So the question we all interested in is the life cycle of cities. You know that anecdote when Emperor Peter I started the city, he said, the city is forever. And then some old lady told him, no, it's only 300 years. So there is a real danger. The changes are happening. The flood barrier was first planned in the same form in the 19th century, and we cannot keep it closed forever because the Neva River is very powerful, and no scientist will ever tell you that you have like 5, 10, or 15 more years to go, because when scientists make their forecasts, they make them linear on the basis of available facts. They may not necessarily consider all their critical points, because, for example, this year we had lots of snow, right? So our task as journalists is to inform you about research. So when we produced this report, first of all, we agreed with the Web of Science, and they assisted us to collect 77,000 of articles in English, scientific articles and publications indexed by Web of Science. So we based on this. So see, here is the sphere of scientific debate. So please go up a little bit. Please scroll up. When preparing this report, we tried to identify the most well-known, the most famous scientists. So this database includes 77,000 of articles and publications. So when we produced our report, the key themes, we asked the most distinguished scientists to describe the key points in Russian. And when we produced our report, which we distributed, we used abbreviated articles, peer-reviewed on the website. And so why so much work? Why so much effort? Because this subject is considered arguable. So people think maybe there's no climate change, but as journalists, and of course, in the Council on Human Rights, there are some environment protection experts. So we wanted to demonstrate that there is certainty in the world about this. And starting from Mikhail Budika, a prominent Soviet scientist, head of the observatory, who 50 years ago made a forecast which still stands true. 50 years ago, can you believe that? And of course, it was hard, because you know how he produced this forecast? The government asked him to melt ice of the Arctic. So what do we need to do? And then he advised, he said that we need soot. And when he produced he was asked to produce a project, he said, we don't need to do anything. It will happen by itself. And he found the courage, he found the strength to produce a model. How many people knew that 50 years ago we knew what was going to happen? This is a problem connected not only with science, but with journalism, with mass media. So for us, it's extremely important for science to develop in Russia, and for the open science to develop in Russia in particular. And first of all, the role of journalists is to divert your attention to sources that we can trust. And no scientist will ever tell you. Same is true about doctors. How many more days you have to live? So it's 5 days or 20 years. We don't know. So here the situation is similar. No scientists, but scientists can draw your attention to potential risks. What are the risks? And such cities as St. Petersburg, London, New York City, it depends. The initiative depends so that we manage to do something, because this is a huge challenge. For that, we need to mobilize our resources. And without media drawing attention to these issues, no government can redirect resources properly. So we hope that we will continue working together. We are preparing our second report. The second report will be on adaptation of the management system, territory adaptation. In the previous report, 2 chapters were written by Ivan Alexandrovich, who is a brilliant author. And we hope that this year he will also author the section for our report. So you said not many good words about Moscow, and that is good. But I believe that my certainty that we should deal with this started with your work. So I'd like to thank you for the courage to be consecutive, for sticking to your opinions, and thank you for staying where you are.
Thank you, Ivan. Very flattering. And you recollected their anecdote about the 300 years anniversary. Continuing developing what has been said by Ivan, we all, as representatives of management, science, and journalism, all this knowledge shall be used by the society and shall be implemented, lived up by lay people. And it's a connection between the representatives of the community that are concerned about ecological problems, the role of the public organizations as to the ensuring ecological safety of the cities. We will listen to the next speaker. Thank you so much. I will develop what has been said by Ivan. When we are talking about the role of the mass media, we shall talk about their responsibility. I mean, journalists, the journalist community, they are not just professionals who shall know the reliable information sources, but we shall make sure that the information is reliable, it's not distorted, they are not under some speculations, some distortion campaigns that have their goal not to inform the society, but to reach their own goals. The topic of my presentation, main ideas of the role of the public organizations as to ensuring ecological safety of large cities. Quite recently, dear colleagues, we see the strengthening of the ecological, environmentally safe policy. It's laid down in our constitution. It's a constitutional responsibility of the government of the Russian Federation for ecological safety. I'm talking about the fact that now we are in the historic area, historic time, when their legislation is being strengthening as to the industrial enterprises, regional authorities. The goal is to improve the quality of life, ecological safety of our territories, and ecological safety of us as human beings. New challenges are being emerging. They are regional, they are national, they are international. We have, it has been said about global challenges, climate agenda, but we have our internal challenges. Now we are actively and even aggressively, we are constructing the infrastructure in the area of a new system of waste management. A number of social ecological conflicts are going up, and I'm publicly saying this. Some conflicts, they are latent. They are not obvious for the journalists, for the federal authorities. To solve these conflicts, we need our professional management, professional regulation, professional expertise. For example, it's or solid waste management policies. It requires investments, investment projects. Every investment project should start not from a visit to the government and bright presentation, but from the understanding who lives on the territory, to initiate the dialogue with the residents of this territory, because there are risks of the canceling of the projects, and they are very they are really feasible. For example, some investments, they enter the region, they are approved by the governor, the land is being allocated, but having not calculated the risks related to the ecological conflicts, these projects are terminated. People don't understand what's happening. People are not aware. They lack the information, and it results in misunderstanding, not understanding, and it entails danger. We shall be in line with the authorities, regional authorities, namely. The effective solutions of all these problems, require the participation of their expert community. We are talking about expert control and expertise, and I stress the word expertise. The ecological concerns of the society are very important. We see that society is interested in ecological safety. We have to develop dialogues for venue with participation of public and business organizations. the public dialogue is to be initiated. Any solution in the area of resource management, any technological solution has to be under their public expertise. We have a very important document, and I am addressing those who work in regions, is the regulation 1288, and it stipulates how to initiate the work with the public organizations, how to address and communicate with regional authorities. It requires public control, public monitoring. We conduct public polls. For the second year, we have had the systematic problem, or maybe I'll name this as a task. The task is there is the request for a direct dialogue between regions and the federal center. The regional authorities and the participants of the national project that is named Ecology, they are not fully involved with the federal center. And I think this task is to be solved. The second systematic task is the request of the society for information. The lack of information as to realization of the national project named Ecology. It doesn't give the opportunity to involve all in our project. And it's, for example, it's the project that is named the Comprehensive System of Solid Waste Management. The mediation is necessary, the dialogue is necessary in the region, and I'd like to stress once again here, it's a necessary requirement, it's constructive approach, and it requires competences. Some venues, they are created in the regions, the effective direct dialogue with the society, maybe the venues that are created under the patronage of the higher authorities. For example, St. Petersburg, Perm region, it's the opportunity of the government to get feedback, personal feedback from their expert community, and then translate this to the realization of the regional ecological policy. I think this information, these practices are to be shared. In conclusion, I'd like to continue the thesis that was raised by our Japanese colleague as to the fact that ecology doesn't have any borders. Green diplomacy is to be developed. It's a mild tool. We see that we have our neighbors, our colleagues, our partners, foreign partners, but communication, the dialogue is not well built up. Green diplomacy can initiate these connections, can improve the communication between countries. It's true, ecology doesn't have borders like a multiplication table. It has a great potential. I'd like to stress once again that our forum is the international forum, and traditionally it's the venue to create such kind of a dialogue. I am thankful to the government of St. Petersburg for the establishment of this venue for the dialogue. We like this. It's very comfortable, constructive. It's a very warm setting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rashid Aidinovich. And more than one speaker that more than challenges for the society today are the client issues, and which shall touch upon on circular economy, low carbon world, decarbonized world, which is especially true speaking of cities. So what is true and what is not? What's our fantasy? So these issues are relevant both for the public and to the scientific community, and we'd like to hear the opinion of the NGO Equal Rights, head of Ecology Environmental Protection Section of the Expert Council under the Federation Committee on Agrarian and Food Policy, who's who is very familiar as an expert in this sphere. Thank you very much, dear Ivan Alexandrovich, dear Denis Sergeyevich, for inviting me to speak. I'm proud to say that I was born in St. Petersburg, and thank you for these speeches. I think that Denis Sergeyevich set the global agenda of the northern capital, access to the Baltic Sea. Indeed, we are in a unique location, and I'd like to give my greetings because we will celebrate International Earth Day, International Forestry Day, and International Day of Water. So today we have 3 days to celebrate. And indeed, this is a great capital with great tasks, great environmental landmarks. And speaking of speeches, Anton Olegorich Kolbachevsky, Dmitry Mikhailovich Belanovich's presentation of PERM, of course, we should mention the climate agenda. I am very grateful to previous speakers, Ivan Ivanovich and Rashid Aydinovich, for raising a climate issue, a low-carbon issue, because this is something we will have to deal with in the next decade. We can no longer. On the 9th of March, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, meeting with the minister, said that, of course, decarbonization is very important. It could not. We should be thoughtful about it and avoid narrow economic points. And in some major cities, where could not achieve green financing in international markets because they were accused the companies that do not correspond to the low carbon agenda. So today, it appears that Russia, that traditionally and in the future, will still transport and extract sources such as energy sources such as oil and coal, which shall be subject to sanctions. How can we avoid this? Only together, regional, federal, and public could help us avoid these sanctions. Today we have 3 main points you can see in this slide. And in year 2015, when the Paris Agreement was adopted on climate, it continued with the Sustainable Development Goals. We promised to gradually, steadily reduce CO2 emission, but in addition to industry and greenhouse gases, we should also discuss methane emission, impact of industrial waste facilities. Today, in addition to national obligations, all the 85 subjects have regional obligations listed in this slide, both St. Petersburg, Rome, and Moscow, that have spoken today in near future will have to adopt relevant strategies in Moscow, in St. Petersburg on emission monitoring, but they should go deep into climate agenda. But also enterprises and companies should also carry out independent assessment of their contractors, not only of their branches, not only of their own divisions, but even Russian banks, when deciding on whether to issue or not to issue a loan, look at how environment-friendly a company is. Today, we have 2 main fields, green, blue, and so-called neutral economy. Of course, the green economy is still beyond our reach. Let me show you some dates. Here we see the obligations under the Paris Agreement, and before the 10th of May next year, every region has to adopt a regional plan of adaptation for climate change. So we only have 1 more year to go. And I think this platform will be an excellent start for us to discuss the best initiative, best practices that could be multiplied throughout our territory. And what's also important is that recently a meeting took place with Vice Prime Minister, and there they approved draft project the federal law on reduction of greenhouse gases. So please review this document, because very soon, in less than 10 years, we have to create a greenhouse gases inventory. And on the 8th of March, we got a marvelous present on the 9th of March, the federal law number 39 on disclosure of environmental information. Now, not on Article 42 of the Constitution, which is the basis on access to information, but now we have a federal law. Regional authorities have to disclose such information, not only about emission, but also on water discharge and utilization of hazardous waste. Now, this is an obligation. A journalist, and as Ivan Ivanovich told us, will have more information to analyze, and the civil society can address environmental conflicts and will have more access to information. Let me quote Ruslan Edelguriyev, who is a representative on climate issues of the president. Countries that do not introduce low carbon still have to pay for carbon when exporting their products or when implementing sectoral measures of carbon regulation. Thus, at the highest level, such issues are being discussed, starting with President Putin, and cannot be avoided. The plan was avoided by the government of Russian Federation. 12 cities, you may see in this slide, put together in the federal national program, Clean Air. You know all the cities, and by year 2030, the number of these cities should increase to 48. We are specially supervising the climate agenda connected with pollution of the air. And let me remind you that the government of Russian Federation is now working on the strategy of social ecological development up to 2030, which includes the climate agenda, clean water agenda, the environment, circular economy, mentioned twice by the president, that companies should switch to circular economy, where waste should become source resources for other industries. We are still on the way. We're still expecting the federal law on recycled resources. It's wasteful to throw things away. This is stupid. This is just stupid. Everywhere in the world, we have waste and resources. And we had in USSR had an institute on recycled materials. So the traditions are now being revived. But since 1950s, the national planning system realized there is waste and there are recycled resources that could be used. So this well-forgotten past is now becoming a theme of the future. And now slowly and gradually we are getting back to that. And of course the client and low-carbon agenda, that's not about waste management. It's also about circular cycle economy, utilization, and managing hazardous waste. Our strategy, of course, we need to reduce the amount of buried waste. We need to process 100% of waste. This waste, this is less than 1% of all waste we produce. What about industrial waste? What about landfills? What should we do with that? So only addressing this issue as a whole and dealing with this issue as a whole, we can meet our low-carbon obligations. And as an example, let me mention Sakhalin. They will take part in on international green financing and modernization. And they're going to tell us how the Sakhalin region became a pilot region for quotas for low-carbon economy. And let me inform you, I invite everyone present here in person or online to our session of the Expert Council of the Federation Council for Nature Management held by Alexei Mayorov, 10 till 1:30 p.m. Meeting Hall D4, we shall discuss international instruments of modernization and green financing. How can we implement the federal project and national projects without the federal money, and the industry environmental strategies? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Natalia. You have covered a great number of issues, and even you touched my presentation for tomorrow. Dear colleagues, much has been said about climate. As to public community, journalism, authorities, but the knowledge we have and perspective we have in the area of climate changing that we receive, they come from science. Now, online, we have the director of the major geographic observatory named by Voyakov, the member of the council under the president of the Russian Federation on science and education, Mr. Katsov Vladimir. Distinguished guests, distinguished participants of our event, I would like to talk about a different side of our relation with the environment. Much has been said about how we impact it, but I'd like to talk about the fact how the environment impacts us and what shall we do with this. Today we have the 23rd of March. Natalia has listed a number of festivities. On the 23rd of March, we celebrate the International Day of Meteorology. It's a good situation, it's a good day to recollect the contribution of the International Meteorological Organization, the Institute Roshydromet, how they contribute into the international and regional climatic actions. The deficit of the climate information results in the deficit of adaptation. It's a global problem, and it's very acute in some countries. And they create a framework basis called GROKA. I'd like to define the term of climate service and the establishment of climate production and to give it to clients, to consumers. It's climatic information, the data about the climate changing, climate impact, about the future situations, how it can be used by customers, consumers, ranging from the reference books up to different recommendations. Now, different axes is emerging, such as meteorologic service, climatic services. Climatic service, the main task of this, it's a scientifically based study of adaptation of economy, population, in line with the current condition of a climatic system. Climatic service involving scientific research of adaptation. I name it's been held in different establishments. For example, it's in the physical observatories. But quite recently, we have been talking about unchanged climate. It's well known. Theoretical assessments with the high probability show that in the nearest 10 years, the humanity is doomed for the certain climate changes on the Earth, regardless of our efforts. For example, in the area of emission reductions, they will result, I hope, in the necessary result in the second part of the 21st century. But for the long time, it was dominating. For example, in the framework convention of the UN, it still gives us the place for the idea of adaptation, and it's laid down in the agreement of 2015. Our country is located on the large territory with different climate patterns. Much attention is to be paid to the quantitative assessment of the climatic risks. It has been mentioned by Ivan. The assessment should reflect the sectoral specificity to come to make the solutions. In the 2015 Framework Convention as to the prevention of emergency or calamity situations. In Russia, we have the plan in Russia up to the period of 2015, the 3-year plan for adaptation. It says quite rigid limits for adaptation of the subjects of the Russian Federation. One of these subjects is St. Petersburg that demonstrates active efforts in this respect. Out of 29 events of the federal and regional activities, Roshydromet is committed up to the 21 activities. Mostly we are involved in the regional part of the adaptation program. Without ongoing monitoring of the condition of the ecological system, without this data, without this science, without forecasting, there is no real adaptation. The scientific part of adaptation mostly is devoted it's been reflected in the ordinance or decree of decree of our president as to the adaptation of the Russian Federation to the climate changes. This decree laid down the importance of establishment of the science-effective technologies to adapt to the climate changes, the development of recommendations as to their solutions in this respect should be used with the UC's current instruments, taking into account not only climatic risks, but their risks of making wrong decisions. Scientific community will be involved in a huge work with the use of the different system of monitoring and innovative technologies, as well as creating of difficult mathematical models. And it's very resource intensive, namely computer resource intensive. We should assess how the changes, climate changes, will impact the large cities and the city residents, namely air pollution. The situation may be deteriorating due to climate changes. We are talking about extreme cold, extreme wind, urban flooding. This problem, the climate of the cities, is one of the important changes that we are facing. Scientifically based integrated service in the area of weather forecast is very important. The components of these services is the necessity to organize the monitoring, modeling, risk assessment, interpretation, and communication. It has been said today it's important, and also assessment of the recommendations of this service. It's important to stress out that everything should be based on should be scientifically based. The subjects of adaptations, for example, they are those who are adapting to the changes. I'd like to say that the dialogue is to be initiated. The information is to be changed during planning, the monitoring of efficacy, the amendments of the strategy itself. We, as a part of scientific community, should fully understand, deeply understand this. We need only the scientific research results of monitoring, but their interpretation, adjustment of this data, it's not easy. And I've said that these forecasts of the climate patterns based on scientific and mathematical models, they may be wrongly applied. In 2012, the center was established to do this job. We conduct our own studies, we conduct our own experience in scientific studies, and we think that the dialogue in this area is very important part of a fruitful cooperation, and I'm a part of this communication and cooperation.
Thank you, Vladimir. In all the speeches we heard today, questions connected with environment protection and climate change are, first of all, connected with data management. Data management and what we heard in Russian Federation, we all know that state information system, national, local, industry information system, but the modern tasks we are facing require us to process much bigger amounts of data. In year 2015, at least in our information space, we started talking about digitalization, digital maturity, digital transformation. All these terms have to do are connected with an absolutely new approach to the management system in general. So it's really surprising that up to this day, the sphere, the environment, ecological industry, in the list of industries to be digitalized has not been included, though the situation is changing. It's changing. Here, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that the Ministry of Natural Resources has started work on expert training those who will start this digital transformation in the industry to combine all those isolated databases to produce the agenda that will enable us to use those huge data arrays, those instruments, those tools available in the world. Speaking of adaptation of climate change, for example, there are excellent European tools that are all the way down to an individual house. We can obtain information, process this information, and get recommendations on how an individual household can adapt to the climate change in the US. So hopefully we will arrive there one day. And before our activities, I'd like to give the floor to the senior coordinator of the Climate Technology and Innovation of UN Organization on Industrial Development, Mr. Carlos Chandovi Suarez. Good afternoon, Carlos. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Can you see me? Yes, we can see and hear you. Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very happy and shame I cannot join you in person, but so I'd like to share with you some of my ideas what impact digitalization has. I would like to share with you of my plan, and I will do that in English. So I beg your pardon. So I will continue in English. Can you see my presentation? Not yet. Yeah. Now we can see your presentation, but it's kind of small. Okay. Okay, now we can see. Thank you.
Especially last year, in 2020, we all faces some different challenges. COVID-19 changed our lives. Today we are talking about using these media. It was 3 years ago something that was not very common in our life. And today we are facing that. We are looking at that. We are talking. We have a solid and robust technology. 2020, and this triggered what we call the digitalization of the industry. All the big cloud providers become more active. Actually, the investment in artificial intelligence, the investment in machine learning, the investment in big data, they transform our lives, they transform our society, they transform all our activities. And also, the challenges became an opportunity today for us. We have the opportunity to embark in the new development, of our economies, using those advantages we have today at the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, cloud technologies, machine learning. And we have the opportunity to change completely the way we are going to recover our economy. We are in Europe, we're still in lockdown. I am greeting you from Austria, Vienna. We still have limited access to the different common life, but nevertheless, we are working and trying to keep the path of work at the same as previously. So, but I wanted to share you some of the major developments that we have experienced in the recent years and today. But we need to link this technology development, digitalization, to the problem of climate. Climate, of course, we are talking today about climate. We're talking about green economy, but we have the chance now to use all the know-how that we have to address this issue. I think, especially in Russia, there are so many good. In Russian Federation, there are so many good mathematicians, good universities in Moscow, in St. Petersburg. There are so great experts working for many international companies, and of course, especially in the cities that can tap this potential to address the new green economy. So we have to give you some dates, some information. The digital transformation of the market, it will be $3.3 trillion naked by 2025. We are going to have an additional $100 trillion to the world economy. In the artificial intelligence market, we are expected to grow at the rate of 42% a year this year, and come to a business of almost $700 billion. The machine learning market also is going to grow. But at the same time, we're still facing the challenges of the environment. Last year, luckily, thanks to COVID, the impact of our actions to the environment become less stressed. However, but we still have the challenges. We are growing. The global temperature is growing more than the 2% that we agree at the Paris. And actually, we need to achieve 1.5 centigrade degree growth if we want to avoid irremediable consequences in the environment. So last year, as I mentioned, we had $6.8 trillion losses for COVID. Of course, a big issue for many countries, developing countries, for many economies, for a small business in Europe. They're still suffering, and in the developing countries. But still, there is a recovery coming up. China is growing, and in Russia, the Russian Federation, I believe, is also moving ahead. And then we have to tap the chance. Now we have the opportunity to link both the recovery with the digital economy, with the green environment, with all those climate issues. And you have the resources, we have the resources, especially in the Russian Federation, you have the resources to address that. It's a matter of organizing that, of getting the right policy, of getting the right commitment. So you have to mention some of the solutions we have seen, especially in the real estate, at the government level, at the local government. We have seen solutions, and they are becoming more important. Machine learning for solution in the planning the infrastructure, planning the roadways, building design, and energy saving design, assessing the wastewater, keeping our system. So we have sensors on the real estate. We have cloud solutions to enhance to remote control of the energy management in the buildings. We have remote control of the wastewater treatment. Or we have to controlling the road, making the traffic more environmentally friendly, making the environment more, reducing the consumption of energy or fossil fuel and so on and so on. So we have those opportunities coming, and the technology is there, right, to work with us, to help us to be more efficient at the level of government, country, city management. We have in the food system, we have also, of course, in the agriculture, we are improving the agriculture sector with the new technologies. And in generally, this big data, amount of data, we can make also the investors. We were talking today about the green financing, about green banking. The investors are becoming more aware of the greening of the issues of projects. Therefore, it becomes difficult to get some traditional financing, but because the big data make the information more transparent. If we handle the data properly, we can see the origin of the investment, how the impact in the cycle of the life cycle of the product. We were talking to the cycle economy, how the product was produced, where it was produced, what was the impact, what is the future impact of the product. So therefore, this information is giving us, the society, power to be more transparent, to have more, to be more active in the selection of our technologies, our products. So there is also a producer. So it's for the public sector, it's an increasing pressure, will be an increasing pressure towards the economy, towards the government, to be more efficient in many of the actions. But we have the tools. The issue is we have the tools, and we need to take advantage of those tools. How there are some solutions available. I am sure you are aware of that, or you have read about that. There are so many solutions. There are top cities in the world moving ahead on the green economy. In Moscow today, they share with us how you are moving toward the digitalization of the economy. But there are actions are isolated. They are in piecemeal approach. But you can have, as I mentioned, in the green the technology, we have in transportation and handling over infrastructure, the street lights, the traffic signal, the big building energy management system, the heat and climate engines in the system. We can have the access control and so on, so on, so on. There are smart sanitation. There are a number of technologies available and going and growing. But how we can do that as a city, how we can tap the information and to be more efficient in that. Certainly, it's again, we need to at the city level, we need to encourage, create ecosystems where we can tap those technologies. For sure, in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, in other cities, there are tremendous mathematicians and the group. So mathematics is one of, I studied in Russia. I know my mathematics background is one of the solid, and it really is, and therefore you see so many deep data analysis with Russian working in many worldwide, but you have the tap there. So the issue is how we can tap this information and channel this power of knowledge towards the green economy. One of the issues that many cities or countries are doing is creating those ecosystem platforms where you create spaces or you coordinate all the action, the NGOs, the journalists, the public society, the journalists we have today representation, or the institution, the government, towards this solution. Create the startups, solutions, aligning the economy, aligning the actions with the corporate or SMEs, the investors, the government, the citizens, the academia, and the intermediaries who can manage those clusters, incubate those technologies, and work on that. But it's a matter of policy making. Yes, we can tap the opportunities, we can become greener, and we can meet many of the regulatory ideas we were talking today, and meet all the targets of Paris, or try to accelerate that, thanks to the digital transformation and thanks to this exercise, because today digital transformation is part of our life. And we all are aware of the potential, how we can tap this technology, and certainly it needs the commitment and the strategy and the collaboration of all the actors in the country. So I just wanted to share some of in the World Economic Forum about that we had an opportunity that last year. We are having now an opportunity to relaunch, reload the economy, make it green, and tapping all the potential of the technology is given us, and the digitalization that's part of our life. With this, I believe there's some ideas I wanted to share with you, and I believe I can stay available for questions. But before all, I want to thank for the invitation. Really appreciate being invited. Appreciate listening to all the presenters with tremendous impact. I really enjoy listening, and well, looking forward perhaps one of those days I will start. Thank you to you, and I believe I need to upgrade myself. Thank you to you, and well, I stay available. Thank you for the invitation. Appreciate, wish you all the success in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In one presentation, you touched upon the huge layer of the ecological problems, taking into account the COVID situation. You've drawn all the potentials and perspectives, and it will be unwise to make use of these prospects. On the one hand, there are prospects and opportunities, and with a huge economic effect. On the other hand, it is social effect and environmental effect as well. I have the request whether or not your presentation can be placed on our site, uploaded on our site, so that people can get acquainted with your presentation. Is it possible?
I believe it's a matter of the moderator. I'm ready to share it. It's not an issue.
It's very good that UNID is concerned with digital issues. In the Russian Federation, we have a driving force for digitalization. And it's undoubtedly the Academy of the State Service under the patronage of the Russian Federation President. And we have there director of the Northwest Institute of the Russian Academy of National Economy and State Service under the patronage of the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Shamakhov. Thank you so much, Ivan and Denis. It's for the first time I've been to this forum. I'm very interested. It's very interesting for me. It's very useful. The speakers are brilliant. Many interesting issues have been raised, discussable ones. I'd like to remind you, dear colleagues, that globalization and constantly growing rates of urbanization throughout the world, as well in Russia, they are accompanied by the growth of ecological problems. A considerable part of them is related to unplanned increase in the population density in the cities. In Russia, 75% of the population they live in cities, and the tendency is in the growth pattern. For the time being, it's quite natural process because economic, domestic, cultural, social conditions, they are undoubtedly better in large cities. But on the other hand, new challenges are emerging. Old challenges are deterioration that influence the quality of life of a human being. Ecological problems of the large cities, and it's the important point of our forum, requires new approaches. And especially I'd like to highlight new managing solutions, taking into account the implementation of current digital technologies, as well as namely in the large cities such as St. Petersburg, and 5.5 million people live here. I'd like to remind you that St. Petersburg is rated 4th in Europe. The main ecological problems of the city, they are well known. It's air pollution by industry enterprises, by car exhausts, the pollution of the river water by the industrials and domestic waste. It's the pollution of the agricultural areas, noise pollution, soil pollution, the solid waste disposal, reduction of the green spaces and green belt of the city, and other problems. The government of the city recently have adopted different measures to improve the situation. The most successful are the following: the construction of the main sewage collector in the north part of the city. Now we purified more than 85% of sewage waters, as well as reconstruction and construction of new purification facilities, the installment of the noise abatement screens on the main roads, and also the landfill Krasny Bor is changed its the authority is governed differently now. Unfortunately, the ecological situation in the city, according to the experts in the ecological community, is still deteriorating. The solution should be found, and we shall to improve our management by creating new technologies, digital technologies, namely it may lay the foundation for prompt solution of ecological problems. We shall use the suggestions based on the scientific research and wide public discussions, as well as successful experience, practical experience. In the national project, housing and city environment, The project is being realized that is called the Smart City. The Ministry of Construction involves 8 areas. One of they are the following. It's the innovation in the city, smart transportation, ecological safety. Not all the instruments of this project can be successfully used and applied to different regions of districts of St. Petersburg, but there are urgent of them that require the use of the current technical solutions. The Smart City project first of all smart management, smart solutions, such problems as air pollutions and industrial emissions. It's important to install highly technological purification systems. The plants and thermal plants are to be equipped with their mighty filters to capture their wastes. But now we are talking about private enterprises. So they used to be state-run facilities, and it's very difficult to make them to install this new system. So we have to apply the economic impetus, such as the tax reliefs and others. Public hearing is needed and enhanced state control and public control. The second area is the development of the smart transport, ecological friendly transport. It's electrical transport, electrobuses, trolley buses with the enhanced autonomous run and ecological taxi service. We need to improve the road network. We have to allocate their lanes for the public transport. We have to install the charging stations. All problems of the city, not only our problems, it's a collection and disposal of the solid municipal waste. For 2 years in our country, we have been transferring to a new system of solid waste management. For example, the project of ecology. We need up to 2020. We should direct 36% of the waste, and for transportation 60% of the waste. We have developed we have to develop the certain scheme. Territorial scheme of waste management. In our city, we have 2 waste processing plants. Annually, the city produces more than 10 million cubic meters of waste, of course, produced in the quotation marks. Practically, financial and legal basis frameworks haven't been changed. Their agreements are still made for transportation of the waste with the carrier company, and all the expenditure, all their earnings, they go to the transportation companies. They are not interested in recycling. For them, it's easier to transport the waste to the landfills and waste dumps. Many technologies are suggested of waste management. For example, consumer goods. For example, Spectechnica company suggests to use non-recyclable waste and to dispose these wastes without burying them in the landfills. They suggest a number of real projects that don't require state financing, that do work in other regions, namely in Moscow as well. It means that the disposal of solid municipal waste can be individual and profitable business. Current technologies do exist. We need a new concept of the process management using the public-private partnership, using different types of agreements between all the market stakeholders. I'd like to say that Northwest Management Institute is ready to do this work. I welcome everybody, dear colleagues, for cooperation. Another solution, technological solution for the city, it's recycling of the organic wastewaters and organic waste that can be used for production of fertilizers. Now, this organic waste, they are incinerated or they are buried in a specifically designed landfills. Biotech companies offers and suggest to use their pilot unit for recycling of these biological waste. Some companies, Biocanal and other companies, they became interested in this project. We think that this initiative requires administrative support from the city and from the regions as well. Our institute at an educational establishment is ready to contribute to the solution of this of the problems of St. Petersburg. Namely, it's a professional training and ecological teaching of the youth. Ecological principles, they are laid in the strategy of the development of our institute. Ecology is one of our key principles, and the institute declares a comprehensive approach as to our curricula and scientific and research work. In the program of further learning, together with the committee that is headed by Denise, 173 managers and specialists from the different municipalities of St. Petersburg, they were educated within the framework of the program Ecological Safety and Environmental Protection. The content of this program is being enhanced. Currently, we will offer additional learning, additional curricula, involving digital learning and digital ecological programs. We invite everybody who is interested in this. Our approach suggests the priority of ecology in the education, upbringing, and training. Our institute has the concept of the smart consumption. It involves the setting of the system of separate boxes for 16,000 students, litter bins for the lamps and other hazardous waste. We conduct different festivals in our institute. We organize some events where some unwanted things, such as textbooks or notebooks, can be given for disposal, and also we support all these events, handling out the products with the symbols of our institute. In the libraries of our institute, we are planning to create areas for book crossing. Dear colleagues, in conclusion, I'd like to point out that St. Petersburg has many different titles even a capital title. St. Petersburg is one of the largest centers as to the studying of the Arctic zone. St. Petersburg is the gateway to the Arctic. We have the 90% of all the shipment from the North Marine Way. Many investors, they go to the Arctic from our system. To preserve the fragile ecosystem of Arctic, we need to make efforts here in St. Petersburg, pooling the efforts of business, public, and scientific communities. The Russian ecological movement, the Association of polar residents, we shall develop the ecological standards with the help of these two organizations to apply them to the Arctic. I am very thankful to everybody who is here to solve the problem of the large city.
Is that now we are looking at the EcoNet market, the National Technology Initiative market. You see the market segments: clean technology, industrial, symbiosis, and green finance. Potentially, this market of is over $27 trillion. This market is estimated. And one of the main ideas is to form an ecosystem of industrial symbiosis in Russia through development of such centers. I will talk briefly about that. We are doing this now together with the Agency for Strategic Initiative. This initiative was included in the top 100 ideas and top 8 ideas on digital economy. We signed an agreement on cooperation between our cluster and I will not go into detail. So I think my presentation will be available later. So what initiatives we have? We work closely with other regions, with other states, and let me inform you that green diplomacy works. It works well because in our cluster we have companies from Finland, Norway, Denmark. We even have Japanese companies. Deputy Minister spoke here. So it's good to see everybody's coming up with good initiatives, and everybody's working in St. Petersburg market, addressing specific tasks. And for proposals, the offer that we have for the regions been supported by the government. So we need to create an inventory of green technologies, create a digital platform, and such test parks in 50 out of 86 regions, 85 regions of the Russian Federation. Let me mention the industrial symbiosis center. We have already launched. It's not far from EXPOFORUM. If you are familiar with the program, after this session is over, we have a parallel session where these issues are discussed in more detail in the framework of the Baltic Sea Day. So it will be possible to visit the Industrial Symbiosis Center, where specific solutions, where raw material for one company is waste produced by another company. Some solutions have already been implemented, and it involves foreign technology in the framework of cross-border cooperation. And of course, we are proud of this project. Yes, it's fairly small today, but it's working. And as mentioned by previous speakers, we'll be able to implement as a commercial solution. It's being implemented as a commercial solution, and in my presentation, you'll be able to see. So we currently have various projects for regional clean technology clusters supported by the St. Petersburg cluster. And I will not describe all the projects to you. Let me just describe one project, Load on the Environment, as an excellent pilot project where we conducted our energy saving on a typical block of flats without any financing from the state. So we used money from a Norwegian private pension fund, a member of our cluster. Our Russian companies were also got involved, such major companies such as Danfoss, working at input replacement program in Russia. And the results, we achieved excellent results. I will not talk about the economic results, which are also good. But what I would like to mention now is that the load on the environment, the carbon footprint, was reduced by almost 25% in comparison with similar blocks, similar buildings. And the Catapult project has been launched. This is an excellent result, and if that can be multiplied, and that's a very typical block of flats, and the resident with ordinary residents, just like you and us. Of course, we use the experience of our Scandinavian partners and their skill of financial planning, the ability to use the best technology available. And these projects can demonstrate, can also be, if we talk about decreasing the load on the environmental load, decreasing the carbon footprint, I believe that without the Ministry of Economics, the Ministry of Finance, without the assistance of Central Bank of Russia, of course, these issues can be discussed, but this discussion will not be efficient because we need to develop a special tax policy for stimulation, develop the monetary policy, and then, only then, not only through not only because it's necessary to regulate and create favorable conditions for companies and households, will be able to reset the entire urban environment, make it more efficient. Moreover, that today's and it's good that previous speakers mentioned that how the government of Russia, how the leaders of Russia are reacting to this. The other day, I came across an article by Ursula von der Leyen, chairman of European Commission, and Mr. Hoyer, head of European Bank or Climate Bank. And everything we are discussing today is in line with these articles. That's speaking of green diplomacy and how well we can cooperate at this level. And let me tell you right now, our clusters not getting any money from the budget. All our members are making their own money. Revenues in 2019, we don't have data for 2020. In 2019, not in Russia, but in St. Petersburg, we made over 20 billion rubles. Today we have our cluster has 81 participants. Our cluster is the most transparent of all clusters in St. Petersburg. And once again, I would like to thank for the opportunity to talk about our activity. Our website has a description of all our projects. We are very open, very transparent. We even let you see inside our financial models, what economic results we achieve. And in conclusion, I'd like to say that I was pleasantly surprised by the presentation of the head of department from Moscow, the view of the environmental policy and their understanding of the role of the department. And I think the Committee of Management of Natural Resources should prepare that the role of the committee in all the city tasks will grow, because this environmental, ecological thinking is now a part of our life, and we should be ready for this. And you've been working hard. You've done many good things, but it's also necessary to put these things into real life when your colleagues from other authorities are making decisions. Thank you. Information about our cluster is available. If you have any questions, I hope we will have an opportunity to talk later.
Thank you, Svetoslav. Dear friends, at this point, the plenary session has been concluded. We have been a bit late, but quite 10 minutes. I think now we can ask and answer questions, just one question. We have 2 mics, 3 questions from the audience. Good afternoon, dear forum participants. I'm the senior editor of Ecology magazine, Lisovsky. On behalf of our newspaper, I congratulate everybody with this forum. It's a great achievement of St. Petersburg. I will be brief. Our committee, Ecological Committee, that is headed by Mr. Denis Belaev, it does huge things, as well as the company Vodokanal. But as to my practical experience, I have the suggestion that may be supported by our committee and the governor of St. Petersburg. The governor has created the Ecological Council in St. Petersburg. For the first time in December, we had the first meeting. I have the suggestion, whether or not you support this, Denise. I'm trying to promote the idea of their establishment of the Day of the Neva River, because we have the Day of the River Lena Day. For St. Peter's and other rivers, Don and others, and Volga. For St. Petersburg, the Neva River is a water source on which everything is based upon, culture as well. But in the conscience of residents, there is no idea that the Neva River is an ecological artery. I think we need the Day of Water in St. Petersburg. It's my opinion. But what's your opinion? Whether you support this or not? Do you have any specific date? Name the date. It's an important issue. We have to concentrate the efforts according to some historic principle. Think about this as an idea. I do support and do share it, and I think no one who is present here will remain indifferent to this, because the attitude to the nature, to ecology, to St. Petersburg, it's a general. It should be the general festivity, but as to the basin of the river Volga, there are a great number of subjects, areas around this. But we shall to study these here. But in principle, I am for this. And moreover, the governor of St. Petersburg today has announced this year is the year of ecology, and all your suggestions will be considered, accepted, and let's pool the efforts to study this and to think about the precise date. Dear colleagues, are there questions? You are tired. You are tired. Thank you very much. We will have a great number of interesting events and round tables. We will be waiting for you there to discuss in details the problems that we are facing. And with the large strokes, we have highlighted these problems now. Thank you. Goodbye.